Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, welcome to another edition of Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. I am your host, the one with the hottest YouTube intro in the boxing community, Manager Marty. What's up, y'all? Listen, this is the last Friday of the year of 2023. I welcome each and every last one of you all. Thank you all for coming through. I'm excited. The chat is already cooking early in the game. We ain't even start nothing yet. I didn't even get an opportunity to drop the link, pin it to the top or nothing. And the chat is already here, waiting for the air fryer to warm up. Welcome to everybody watching live and living color. Welcome to you. Yes, you. I'm talking about you. Those of you who are watching the replay of this live, I welcome you. Thank you for your viewership. Welcome to everybody engaging in the chat. Man, we're going to have a good show today. We have the Roll the Tape film crew members here live and living color. Man, listen, I'm going to tell y'all something like this. Man, let me just ask y'all something because we're going to talk about this. Did you all see that little video I put out today? It's the only video I put out today. It was a small little clip when I had Victor Conte. He was up here the other day, unexpected, unannounced, unscheduled, and unscripted. And I did a 2-hour interview with him. Woo, was it an awesome dialogue? Oh, man. Whew. But anyway, there was a segment that I put out today where he made some interesting comments about the reason why he believed that Errol Spence lost this fight. And I actually put that out there in the atmosphere on my channel through the published content. Hope all of you got an opportunity to hear it. And yeah, very interesting. It's doing some big numbers right now, and it's still trending. It is still trending. So yeah, man. Double salute to a supervisor of the Roll the Tape film crew. He is also a member of the channel. Biz on the beat. Double salute to you being a member of the channel. And speaking of membership of the channel, you know, I have to welcome a new member of the channel. A new member of the channel. And by me about to introduce a new member of the channel, let me be clear so we all can be on the same page when I say new member. A new member of the channel, or any member for that reason, or for that matter, is a member who automatically becomes a supervisor of the Roll the Tape film crew, okay? Now, listen now. You can be a Roll the Tape film crew member just by subscribing to the channel. But if you want to be if you want to be a supervisor, I'm talking about the perks that you receive from being a member of this channel. All you have to do is join. There's 3 different tiers, okay, that adds value on 3 different levels, okay? And so blue corner, red corner, neutral corner are the 3 options that you can choose. There's perks, obviously, for each and every last one of them. And so I'm going to do something special today. But I want to do it where I can acknowledge our new member of the channel. All right? But before I acknowledge the new member, because I want the new member to hear me and hear me clear. And I want all of you who want to become a new member, I got something special for y'all. But before I do all of that, before I get to the Town Watch check-in, I got to showcase and acknowledge the first super chat of the evening, because we got more super chats coming. I feel it. I know the support of all of you from the Road to Take Film crew members. Y'all are going to always be here to support me, no matter if people like me or not. I know the Road to Take Film crew members are going to be here. I know y'all going to support me. I already know that. I know y'all are going to continue to help me grow this channel like y'all always do. And that's why I got to make sure I acknowledge each and every last one of you. Atheist Ghostbuster, double salute to you. Thank you for your support and contribution to the channel. Starting it off with the first super chat of the evening. Ghostbuster says, Manager Marty, just going around and making my small donation to my favorite YouTube channels. I wish you and your family a happy New Year's. I'm sure by this time next year, you will be in the top YouTube channels. Thank you again, Atheist Ghostbusters, for your small donation. You called it a small donation, but I'm telling you, it's a big donation to me, to this channel, okay? Because it goes a long way to continue to enhance the visual and audio quality of the content that I produce on this channel, and also the time that it takes me to be able to do that. I thank you so much, Atheist Ghostbuster. It is not a small donation to me or the channel. It is very large and it goes a very long way, and I humbly appreciate it. Thank you for your unwavering support all throughout the year of 2023, and I wish you and your family a happy New Year's as well. And next year, by this time, I agree and hope and pray and believe that I will be in the top YouTube channels, all because of you and everyone else that is here supporting me and this channel. Because last year, when I first started on YouTube, I had no idea I'd even be where I am today. And it's all because of you, Atheist Ghostbusters, and all of you Roller Tape Film crew members and members of the channel that helped me get to where I am today. And next year, we will be even more larger than we are. So I have to say that we're going to do our Town Watch check-in, but first let me do this. And I want to show my face to do this to show all the members of the channel that I'm appreciative to them. And I just rather show my face to be a little bit more authentic and organic. Y'all know how I am. Let me make sure I can get this off. What's up, y'all? We here. Yeah, we are live and living. Yo, I'm excited, y'all. You know, I'm real happy. You know, we had Victor Conte here the other day, and I don't want to know anyone's reaction just yet, because pretty soon I want to do an entire segment, an entire podcast episode, so that everybody all across the world can participate, you know, and give me your assessment of the 4 live interview that I am going to release. Some of you have seen the interview already, but most of you haven't even seen it. But we have it here, live and living color. I'm going to produce it or reproduce it for some. The full long interview, very great dialogue with myself and snack system owner, Victor Conte. Very, 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 very good. Let me put my Let me put my new member of the channel right here on the screen. And so, because I want to be authentic and organic. So double salute for a new member of this channel, Shawn Brown. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. You just basically got promoted to supervisor of the Road to Take film crew. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your support, Shawn. I really, really appreciate you. And this is what I'm going to do today. I'm doing this right before we even get the show started. This is what I'm going to do today. Because Shawn Brown started this off. And Shawn Brown is going to help somebody else be a blessing today. Watch this. I like adding value, right? So I'm just going to tell you like this. If you are a member of the channel, right, and your membership is the lowest tier, which is Blue Corner, obviously it's only $3.99 a month, all right? Less than a cup of coffee for 1 month, $3.99 per month, right? Now, what the Blue Corner gives you, right, you already know the perks that it gives you. But I'm going to tell you, all right, so how about this? I'll tell you a few perks that the Blue Corner tier will get you. And then I'll tell you one of the things that it will not give you access to. So, of course, when you become a member of the channel, just on the lowest tier, the Blue Corner, you will receive the perk of, being acknowledged publicly when I see you in the chat and the comments section. All right, that's just number one, straight up. Number two, when you are in the comments section, there is a small, quote unquote, customized emoji of myself so that all of the viewers and those that are in the comments section can see that you are a member of the channel. That's the way that you are identified. So I can acknowledge your comment through the chat and in the comment section on the published, what's wrong with my words today? Published content. And it's one more, but I'm gonna tell you what you don't get unless you are a member as a red corner member or a neutral corner member. When you are a blue corner member, you do not get access to behind the scenes footage. You do not get access to special videos that only the members of the red corner and neutral corner will be able to benefit from. In other words, there are things that I'm going to start posting just specifically for the members of this channel and no one else. Okay? All right, so I just want to put that out there. That's one of the perks for the red and the neutral corner. Now, with that being said, I'm going to do one thing different just today and today only. Watch this. I have conducted an exclusive interview with Victor Conte himself. He was here. I'm not talking about a voiceover. I'm not talking about an audio recording. I am not talking about him calling in here. I'm talking about he was here live in the flesh. His audio, his visual, his human body was here. And we had a great time. Great human interaction. Very exclusive interview. I believe this was the hottest interview that I've ever done. The most intelligent interview I've ever done. Period. And everybody knows this is no secret. I do humbly acknowledge that I might need to improve on my interviewing skills because I'm used to being interviewed. I'm used to being in front of a camera. I'm used to acting on stage. I've been doing that since I was a little kid. Most of y'all don't know that. But my point is, I'm used to performing under the lights. I'm used to people interviewing me. But I'm not really used to me interviewing other people. So I've been getting, practice in just by, being on YouTube here. So the thing is, though, but this interview right here, yeah. This interview right here, whew, telling you, we learned a lot, we heard a lot, and now we know a lot. And you will only find that exclusive interview right here. Roll the Tape Podcast with Manager Marty. So this is what I'm going to do today. On behalf of our new member, Shawn Brown, this is what I'm going to do today. Now, remember now, if you are a member of the channel, which we have a few members of the channel, but we don't have too many red corner and neutral corners, right? So if you are a member of the channel, and let's say you are a blue corner tier member, meaning that you get you receive the perks of the blue corner members, right? The perk that you do not receive is the one that you're going to receive today. Did y'all hear me? Just for today, though. Just for today. On behalf of our new member, Shawn Brown. But here's the caveat to it. Y'all ready for it? Thank you, Carl Brown. Carl Brown said I do a good job interviewing people. Appreciate that, Carl. Double salute to you as well. And Carl Brown is a day one supporter of the channel. Here's the thing. This is what I'm going to do today. Listen, the interview is so hot. When I tell you it's hot, I'm talking about that. Listen, there's people that was watching, that's here right now, that was live. Let me tell you something. The air fryer was literally on 400 degrees. Did y'all hear what I'm telling y'all? I'm talking about the hottest, listen, 400 degrees. The air fryer was on 400 degrees. Believe me when I tell you that. Now, with that being said, I need 2 more members. 2. And you can be a blue corner member. You don't even have to become a red corner or neutral corner member to receive this perk that I'm going to give all the members. You ready? Because Shawn Brown, he listen now, he became a member of the channel today. So I'm going to add value for our new member today. But I want to include 2 more people. 2 more. If you become a member, I just only need 2 more. Because I wanted to be 3 members in total, basically. Right? 2 members. That's all it takes is 2 more members. So Shawn Brown started off today, but 2 more members of the channel, right? If you become a member of the channel today, and it don't have to just be 2, you know I won't reduce any blessings that come my way. It could be even more than 2, but I'm saying a minimum of 2. We got Shawn Brown, that's 1. If anyone else chooses to be a member of this channel, 2 more. 2 more. And this is, you don't have to do it right this minute, because I'm going to bring it back up soon. Throughout the duration of this live, I am going to add value to the blue corner members tonight. I'm talking about soon as the live jump on. When I jump off the live, you're going to get an exclusive perk, right? Only for blue. Listen, you could be a blue corner, red corner, neutral corner member. It don't make a difference. You're going to be blessed today. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to give out today. It's the last Friday of the year. I need 2 more members. This is what all the members going to get. Hear me out. At least 2. Now, I mean, you just got to be just 2. You ain't going to stop my blessing. I ain't going to stop my blessing now. At least 2 more. This is what I'm going to do. For all the members, I'm going to make sure that I send you. Listen now, ain't nobody else going to get this. People have been calling me for the last 2.5 days. People have been emailing me for the last 2.5 days. People have been texting me. Last 2.5 days, and even people that know Victor Conte been hitting me up. Because Victor Conte himself want to see the interview we did. But I'm not posting the interview yet. No. However, if I get at least 2 more members, the members of this channel, oh, y'all gonna get the live, and you ain't gonna get the stuff that was recorded before the live, because we didn't know Victor Conte was gonna come here. He just came unannounced, unscheduled, unscripted. I was doing a whole live. I ain't had nothing to do with him. Had nothing to do with snack program or nothing. And he graced us with his presence. You're not even going to get that. Then we stayed on the live an hour after he left. You ain't even going to get none of that because none of that's important. You're going to get the exclusive interview, the entire full interview between myself and Victor Conte. All you guys, I just need 2 more members. That's it. Now, I am open to more because we got to grow the channel now. You know, we got AM Sports Media in the chat. Double salute to them because they call me big time. I ain't big time yet, Greg and Jason. Because AM Sports Media, they big time. Yeah, I watch those guys grow. They big time. But I'm right behind them. I'm going to be where they at one day because they going to keep growing as well. And they did a fire video. Double salute to AM Sports Media. A fire video today with the recap of what we heard Victor Conte say on this channel about Errol Spence. You know what I mean? But the thing is, I just need at least 2 more members. And they don't have to be right now. Throughout the duration of this live. And I'm going to bless you. I'm going to grace you with the full interview. And I don't know when I'm going to release the interview. I might release it in 3 weeks. I don't know yet. I might release it in that month. I don't know yet. I might release it in February for Black History Month. I don't know yet. But I do know by the end of this live, all the members of this channel, oh, y'all going to get it exclusive. I'm going to send it directly to you. Bam. Only for the members now. That's it. I think that's pretty fair. Detailed Boxing is here. Double salute to him. I think he's laughing because I said I might release the whole thing on Black History Month. We'll see. Hold up. We got another member. Hold on. We got Shawn Brown. And double salute to Jeremy Austin. Thank you, Jeremy, for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate it. You about to unlock a blessing, boy. I'm telling you what, hey, Shawn and Jeremy, when y'all see this interview, because I know y'all wasn't here, but when y'all get this, I'm talking about, listen, I'm talking about exclusive. So exclusive, as soon as I drop the intro to back out the live and jump off, I'm sending that right your way. Right before we even go off air. Bam, you're going to get a notification that says, oh, members only. You just received content from Manager Marty. Bam. Whew. Salute to y'all. I love when y'all support the channel. Who that? Band Up? I got you, bro. I forgot. I got you, Band Up. Band Up asking for a wrench. He do deserve it. Band Up is supporting the channel. I got to give him that now. I got a wrench coming your way. But right now, I got to acknowledge the members now. You know what I mean? I got to acknowledge those that been standing up for me. Those that been supporting me. You know what I mean? Lucky McKinnell's, he was here, but he just got in the chat and said, I need to see that interview ASAP. Hey, listen, man. Who on there? This is Greg, my man Greg, right? Greg from AM. I think that's my man Greg from AM Sports Media. And Detailed Boxing is here, right? Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to both of those channels if you haven't done so already. Here's the thing. Hey, Greg and Detail. Victor Conte hit me up. He want to see the replay of it. Ain't going to send it to him yet. I got to send it to the members, to the people that been supporting the channel. I got to send it to the members first. You know what I'm talking about? Because see, me and Victor was here live in the flesh. Because look, I just watched the whole thing between last night and today. I watched though, because look, it took me it took me about 2.5 days to process the whole thing. I'm so serious. I ain't lying to y'all. I'm dead serious. But by last night and the day, I looked at the whole entire, interview myself, like in its entirety, and I even learned some more stuff because I was actually here. But I was acting as one of my characters, the prosecutor. You know what I mean? So I really couldn't step back and be objective and see what was, I was listening to everything though. I was on point. But oh yeah, I'm sending it right to the members. So once again, Shawn Brown, double salute to you for becoming a member, and Jeremy Austin, thank you so much. Double salute to you for becoming a member. But we only need at least one more, just at least one. And this is not now. I'm telling you, you don't have to do it now. You don't have to do it right this moment. But I will tell you this, before the live is over, if we can get at least one more, I promise you, that will unlock the blessing that you're going to learn about Victor Conte. And here's the great thing about it. People have learned more about me, even in this interview. You know what I mean? And I believe Victor Conte learned more about me as much as I learned more about him. But I'm telling y'all, this was, when I say exclusive, all the members of this channel, I got it because you know why? This was my best interview, right? I believe this was my best piece of work when it comes down to the type of questions I was asking, the knowledge that I attained over the last decade to ask the questions that I asked, the responses that we've gotten from Victor Conte, the education value he provided as the professor, his words, not mine. Man, listen, I gotta give my best to the members first, y'all. That's why, see what it is when I turned the live on private, I put the live right on private first. I said, hold on, private. The first reason why I did that is because we had a troll on here. You know, he unfortunately was putting everybody's name, excuse me, on a bogus channel, trying to be in the background to come on stage here, come on the panel. And he used Rachel Donier's name. He used Victor Conte's name. He even used Detailed Boxing name. And when it said Rachel Donier, I clicked on it. This is way before Victor Conte even came on. I clicked on it, thinking that it was Rachel because when I was talking, Rachel's face was in the video. Because, you know, I tell people to turn their cameras on in the background if this is their first time. But, of course, this is not Rachel's first time. She don't never have to turn her camera on, you know. But the thing was, it looked like Rachel Donier's face was inside the camera talking to me. I couldn't hear her because she was backstage. So I was letting her know, yeah, I'm about to let you on. Rachel about to come on. And as soon as I clicked it, it wasn't even Rachel. It was a picture of the guy. Well, I don't know if it was the actual troll's picture, but a guy had a very inappropriate picture up. And he's been trolling this channel a couple times now. You know what I mean? So what it was is I after the live went off, I click private because I wanted to make sure when I edit it, I take that part out. You know what I mean? Because I don't want YouTube to demonetize me or nobody to be offended. That was just a stupid thing that the guy did. But I did ban him from the channel. And then he turned around and made up a Victor Conte page. I almost clicked the wrong Victor Conte because it was two Victor Contes in the background. But then I saw Victor Conte's actual face. And that's when I knew it was him. But needless to say, because I privatized the live video, which is where Victor Conte and I had the exchange in the interview, I was like, you know what? Instead of me just uploading it, because YouTube was giving me problems the next day when I tried to upload it, I was like, you know what? I mean the delays that it was giving me. So, because I guess it was long. It was a long thing. So I said, you know what? I'm not even going to do that. I'm just going to wait. I'll take a piece or two out of it, right? So people can be warmed up to it. And then I'll put it out. But then the day I said, you know what? The members of this channel have been a blessing to me all year long, even the ones that just became a member last week and even today. I want to be a blessing to them and let them get that exclusive interview, even if they signed up as a member for the blue corner. You know what I mean? I just need to do. I just like adding value to people, especially. All right, this is my thing. This is just a personal thing, y'all. This ain't got nothing to do with YouTube. This is just a manager Marty thing. This is just me personally. I believe that every relationship should be reciprocal. That's me. I have a philosophy. I believe that the saying, what's the saying? Relationships are give and take. I'm sure everybody may have heard that before, right? Relationships are give and take. I don't believe in that philosophy because I don't think that it is in no shape, way, or form righteous for one person to continue to give, and the other person to continue to take. So I also believe with my philosophy is that healthy relationships are not give and take. Healthy relationships are give and receive. Because once you give and the other person you are giving to, and it don't have to be anything of monetary value, I'm just saying in general, you giving someone something, that other person will be grateful enough to then say, you know what? I'm going to receive this with all gratitude, but I am also equally going to give back. And then guess what happens? The cycle of reciprocity, takes place and the relationship grows and becomes healthy. And so I say all that to say that as members of this channel, you have given me not just your monetary contribution and commitment every month, but your time, which is the greatest asset of all. And so by you doing that, I want to be able to reciprocate and give you something that I've deemed as valuable. And that is on top of what I do live and the published content and everything. But that is that interview with Victor Conte. And with that being said, a day one supporter who's been here from the opening bell of this channel, my guy, the promoter himself. Double salute to him, Mr. Aaron Muhammad is now a member of the channel. He's been a part of the Roll to Tape film crew for the whole year I've been on YouTube. Now he's the supervisor. He's promoted now, and guess what Aaron Muhammad just did? He just unlocked that interview, exclusive interview for all the members of the channel. Doesn't matter what tier you are on, even the blue corner members. I'm gonna send it. Man, listen, I'm sending that exclusive interview for y'all. Because I want y'all to have time to feast on it all weekend. Because we got to come back here and talk about it now. When I release it to the general public, I am at one point going to release it to the general public. I don't know when yet. I got to make sure the members of the channel get it first, though, y'all. And I know y'all understand that. But when I released it to the public, the full entire interview, I would like to complete an entire segment, right? Open panel discussion now. Anybody can come up. I mean, when I say anybody, no trolls, real boxing fans. Come up, give your assessment and evaluation of that interview, and let's talk about it. Let's air fry on it. Because guess what? I'm going to keep it all the way 100 with y'all. And I know I got Greg here, D-Town. I don't know if other content creators are here watching me because some of them don't, decide to get in the chat, whether they like me or not. Bottom line is, I just want y'all to know something. That the interview I did with Victor Conte, because it was so exclusive, because it was so educational, because it was so eye-opening, this just started. This is not over. I just want everybody to understand that, so that once I drop the interview, you have the understanding in the back of your mind that this is not over. This just started. And in fact, Victor Conte also stated himself before he left here, three things. He said he had fun. He also said he's a new fan of the channel. And he also said as time permit, he will return. And so those are the three things that, I am entrusting back to Mr. Conte, because he's kept his word with me thus far. And so I expect him to continue to do the same, because some people might have more questions, but the bottom line is we need answers, and he's the guy to give them to us. So it's not over. We just started. And so double salute to all of the members of this channel. Let me acknowledge them one more time. Shawn Brown, new member of the channel. Jeremy Austin, new member of the channel. And then my guy, my man, Pots and Pans. And I know for a fact, I don't want to put him on the spot, but I know for a fact, just knowing his history with me, that when it's time for that segment to come real soon, when we chop it up and air fry on the interview, like the assessment, I know the last member of the channel. Oh, I know Aaron Muhammad coming up. I already know he's coming up on the. I know he's coming up on the panel. As soon as I drop the link, he's gonna come up. I already know it. So double salute again to my guy Aaron Muhammad for being a member of the channel. Now listen, y'all, we got to get back to our regularly scheduled program so we can talk some boxing. All right, I just wanted to show my face and be organic and authentic to the new members of the channel. All right, but we got to do our Town Watch check-in. We only going to do it for a few seconds. We ain't going to hold it up long because we need to know what was the fight of the year. Now, we discussed the fighter of the year, in our opinion, yesterday. But today, since we only have a few more days left in 2023, in your opinion, what was the fight of the year? And we will deal with that. We have to do our Town Watch check-in. If you already checked in earlier, you might have to check in again, because as I'm scrolling up, they don't give me the whole thread from when the live started, because we're moving forward. Okay. All right. Carl Brown also said he is going to become a member. So salute to Carl Brown, and when he does, I will give him the same treatment that I give all the members and publicly acknowledge him. All right. So I'm going to start it off first now. And let me just say this real quick for all of the new viewers that just tuned in live and living color. If this is your first time here, what we do is called a Town Watch check-in. It's only unique to this channel. And the reason why I call it a Town Watch check-in is because when we are in our preliminary stages of our live broadcast, it's like an icebreaker, but it's also a public acknowledgement that even though we share different geographical locations all across the world, it is a foreshadow of us acknowledging that we share different opinions, different points of views, and different perspectives. So we basically lay out the foundation of acknowledging that publicly in the very beginning of the broadcast. Watch this, so that by the end of the broadcast, we don't have to publicize it, but we will all acknowledge within ourselves that even though we have different opinions, different points of views, and different perspectives, we share one thing in common, and that is our love for the sport of boxing. All right? So anyone can participate. All you have to do is insert your city, state, island, and or country in the chat. And if you're watching a replay of this live, you can also participate in the comment section below. I'm going to start it off as the leader, and then I'm going to publicly acknowledge your location that's inserted in the chat. I'm representing the state of Texas, DFW area, Arlington, to be exact, Mansfield section, Tarrant County, stand all the way up, but I'm representing the entire state of Texas. But I have to first acknowledge, by way of my hometown, the great city of brotherly love. Yes, the city of Philadelphia. Not the city of Philadelphia that's in the state of Mississippi. No, the city of Philadelphia that's in the state of Pennsylvania. All right, I did my check-in already. Who else we got here? Let's check on in. We ain't going to take too much time now because I'm about to send the link out. I'm about to send the link out now because when I send the link out, I know the panel is going to be even more fire. All right? My man D-Town Boxing here, Band Up here, Big Money here. Woo! The panel going to be lit. I already see it. Carl Brown here. All right, let me see where we at. Let's check on in. Where we at? Woo, my man Andre in the building. Ohio in the building. I see you. Come on, y'all. Let's check on in. Let's check on in. 2 Cents Boxing. She is also a supervisor of the Roll to Take film crew, and she is also the first woman. And I have to say it like this because Rachel Donaire do not count, because Rachel Donaire is actively involved in the business and she has a wealth of experience when it comes to boxing. But 2 Cents Boxing, she was the first woman to come up here. I'm talking about up here. I'm talking about up here to the Roller Tape Podcast and break down the whole fiasco between Crawford and Spence in such a way that was so clear, unbiased. And let me tell you something about her channel. Her channel is going to blow up. And y'all need to support her. She's a member of this channel. And she's been supporting this channel ever since she got on. So double salute to 2 Cents Boxing. She know her boxing now. Don't get it twisted. She know her boxing. And I found out the other day after Victor Conte left that she also was an athlete. Didn't even know that. 2 Cents Boxing, my homegirl. She gave a super chat. Happy New Year, the great state of Texas. And I didn't even know she was from Texas. But she just checked on in. Who else we got in here? Come on, y'all. Let's check on in. Let me see who else we got in this. Yeah, I'm about to see the Philly is about to come out me. I was about to say this John. We about to see who else we got in this John. Frisco 415 in the building. I see you. Yes, Scranton, Pennsylvania. I see you. Newark, New Jersey in the building. Come on now. You know Baltimore in here. You already know it. 206 Seattle. You know we tapped in. You listen, Seattle, Washington is tapped in. Chesapeake, Virginia just checked in. I see you. Come on, y'all. We ain't gonna spend too much time on this. We're gonna have fun today. Houston, Texas is in the building. And listen, they done told me before that Omaha, Nebraska is so annoyed by me. This is what I've been hearing for the last 6 months now. And for the last year, I've been called Omaha's most wanted. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I got my guy Omaha Quick in the building. He's representing Omaha, Nebraska, and he already put me on. They love me out there in Nebraska. It's all love. And Omaha Quick is here. Omaha, Nebraska, I love you back. I love you back, Omaha. I can't wait to come out there and see how y'all do it out there. So salute, Omaha, Nebraska. Just checked in. Who else we got in here? Zach, I ain't seen you in a minute. It's always a pleasure. West Baltimore is here. Come on, listen now. It don't start on the East Coast. Come on, man. We got the Dirty South in the building. We got my man Q in the building from Greensboro, North Carolina. Just checking all the way. Listen now. Just checking all the way in. Hey, Q, let me say something to you, Q. I've been reading your comments, Q. I always read your comments. Your comments be on point. That's all I'm going to say to you, Q Brown. I be seeing your comments in the comments section on the videos, and your comments be on point, bro. Just want to let you know I'm watching. Lucky McKinnell's my guys here. Baltimore Ravens. You know he representing Baltimore. Y'all already know. PG Maryland is in the building. Listen, we got my guy Joe Hale representing New Zealand. I told y'all people from all around the country be checking on in, okay? They be watching, everybody all around the world. They know what it is when they come over here. You're going to get entertainment and you're going to get education. And the only reason I'm hyped like this is because I'm supposed to get hyped during this time of the Town Watch check-in. Because what happens is the air fryer. Ooh, the air fryer is warming up. And all of my homegirls and my homeboys and my family of boxing is here. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I see ya. Absolutely, I see ya. Dallas, Texas, 214. Also in the building. Who else we got in here? Come on, man. Albany, New York is here. Yeah, that's all the way up north. I'm talking about I done did business in Rochester, Buffalo. Man, it's cold out there. Man, hey CEO, it's cold out. It's cold out there. Yeah, that's Albany, New York back in the spot. Then, since we talking about New York, you know, we got some of the flyest dressers. Yeah, you know, they be dressing real fly. I've been listening. I've been around. Harlem on a rise. Harlem is in the building. Oh, yeah. Yeah, come on now. 757 P-Town, Virginia. Just checked in as well. Come on now. Yeah, I see you, 2 Cents. Yeah, you ran him out of here just a little bit. Yeah. I warmed him up for you. Yeah, I warmed him up for you, 2 Cents, all right? Mobile is in the building. I see you. Come on, y'all. We're gonna get a few more check-ins because the viewership is increasing exponentially. Absolutely. Ooh, Hope, Arkansas in the building. I see you. Portland, Maine. Man, we got everybody here. Portland, Maine is in the building. I see you. I see you, Andre Noble. I know you got me, homie. It's all good. I probably have to send a link out to you or something like that. Yeah. West Hollywood, Florida is also in the building. Yeah, I see you checking on in. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we got trolls here. You know how they do. You know how they do. Let me do this right here. I gotta do this right now because we about to get we about to have a hot panel. I already know it. I already know the panel about to get lit. Cause we need to know. We talked about yesterday who was the fighter of the year. We need to know what was the fight of the year. Now, I do have a few fights in the title, but you're more than welcome to share a fight that I didn't include in the title, in your opinion, and telling us why. It's all good. Just flew the kite in the chat. Y'all know how we do. You know how we do. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to try to pin it to the top as well. I got to do it this way. something. Let me see something real quick. I gotta go on YouTube so I can pin it to the top. Pin it to the top of the chat. Oh, I got my man Band Up in the back as well. Hold on, Band Up. I want to do I gotta pin this to the top so we can make sure everybody can have access to the link. Because I want anyone who's interested in discussing this topic. What was the fight of the year? Man, we had some good fights in the year 2023, y'all. All right, bam, I did it. It's official now, like a ref with a whistle. Yes, it's official like a ref with a whistle. All right, hold on, let me make sure that's all right. Hold up. Mad Chad is in the background. Mad Chad, I don't recall ever seeing your name. It might be your first time here, Mad Chad, but we are going to dismiss all trolls and ban them from this channel. So all you have to do is just turn your camera on so I can know and be ensured that it is you and you are not a troll. And then when I let you on to the live stream, if you want to turn your camera back off, you may do so as you wish. So Mad Chad, when you get a chance, to turn your camera on. I want to make sure we don't have no more check-ins before we roll out. All right. And by the way, let me reiterate this. Hold up. Fairfield, Maine is in the house. Fairfield, Maine is in the house. We got people all across the world here. What's up, Dre Smith? See you, man. Good to see you as always. Hold on, let me see something. Mad Chad, you in the background. You're more than welcome to come up. All you gotta do is turn that camera on. Let me see some real live movement to make sure you're not a troll. And Mad Chad, I promise you, I'm gonna let you right on to the stream. All right. But in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna let through this band up right here. And then I'm gonna let my man Shaheed L come through. What's going on, band up?
What's good with you, Marty?
Oh man, I'm good, man. What's up, Shaheed?
Peace, brother. Peace. How you feel?
Peace. I feel good. Listen, Shaheed, don't start no drama right now, bro. I got your email. It's on. I got you. But I know how you are. Don't fire off yet. We're gonna do a whole segment on it. I promise you that. Real
Follow your
quick,
lead, brother. I'm gonna follow your lead.
you got it. Hey, Mad Chad. I don't know what's going on with Mad Chad, but he's in the background. Want to make sure he's not
I wouldn't even
trolling.
do it, Marty.
What's that? Don't let him
I
on.
wouldn't even do it. Don't even
No,
do it,
no,
bro. Don't do it.
no.
Because if he
Listen,
ain't gonna
man.
show his face, you've been asking him
No,
to
no,
show
no.
his face for
Listen.
like 10 minutes.
Well, he probably can't hear me either. But listen, if a person don't show their face, they're not coming on. Especially if it's their first time. Like if you've been on here before, you don't really have to show your face all the time before you come on. But if this your first time on, nah, or like 2 Cents said, and you banned up. If you taking too long, I'm just gonna delete you from the whole background. You know what I mean? Because then now we know, it's a possibility that you can be a troll. But man, band up, Shaheed, man. I put some fights in the title. Errol Spence versus Crawford. That was one fight. I had Benavidez versus Plant. That was another fight. I had Devin Haney versus Lomachenko. That was another fight. Out of those three fights, or any fights that y'all want to bring up, in your opinion, I'll start with you, Band Up. We talked about who the fighter of the year was yesterday. Today, we wanted to discuss what was the fight of the year. The best fight in 2023, in your opinion, Band Up. What we got, man?
I'm gonna have to go. Out of the ones you picked, you already know I'm gonna go with the best whooping of the year, Terrence. You know what I mean? But who did Boots knock out the ring? Who that? Because that was dope. That was a good fight right there.
He knocked somebody out the ring. I don't remember that. Who he
Yeah,
knocked out the ring?
that last fight, didn't he knock him through the ropes or something like that?
Oh, you talking
The
about through
last
the
dude.
ropes, all right? Oh, all right.
Yeah,
When you said out the ring,
that's what
I
I
was
meant. I meant,
getting
I through the ropes.
I was getting Joe Smith versus Bernard Hopkins vibes when you said that, bro. Through the ropes, yeah. That was Romain Villiers.
Yeah, that was a
Romain
good one.
Villiers.
That was a good one.
I could have added that to the list. I couldn't put all the fights up in the title. That's why I just named like those three. Um, so you said out of well, I mean, it don't have to be the one I out of the ones I chose in the title.
I
It
know,
could be any
I'm
one
just
you
saying
think.
as far as what's up there.
So which fight? The one Boots and Villiers or Crawford and Spence? That was which one you was talking about.
Man, ooh. Far as I mean, because Boots gave it to him, you know what I mean. But I'm gonna stick with Crawford. I'm gonna stick with Crawford and Spence because that was a master class, and like he said, he did fight somebody within the top 5 pound for pound. So I'm gonna go with that one. But I definitely 1A 1B with that Villa fight.
1A, 1B. All right, cool. Waterville, Maine. Just checked in the house. A lot of people from Maine is in the house. I didn't even know people from Maine knew who I was. Double salute to everybody from Maine. Um, so Shahid, I mean, I mentioned a lot those three in the title, but like I said, y'all can just say whichever fight you all feel. All right, so it was a lot of fights now, a lot of fights this year. 2023. Who you got as fight of the year?
That's a hard one to tell because there were a lot of
Yeah.
good fights. I just watched the fight. Who's not in the title? That you put up there out of the three. The Spence versus
Crawford.
Crawford fight. You already know there's an asterisk on that, so I'll definitely that's out of the way. I'll say the Boots fight because he's up and coming. He hungry. He's showing and proving that, what I'm saying, he's a top contender. He ain't the number one, what I'm saying, uh he ain't the number one seed up for a title fight for no reason.
Yeah.
And I think Boots is being put on the back burner. I think honestly, if there was the fighter of the year, I would say it's him, you know. So if we did have him as a nominee, which he's not because he's not getting the credit he deserved. But I think Boots needs to get that chance. I think that if the Spence and Crawford fight does not rematch does not take place, I think that Bud needs to fight Boots. You know what I'm saying? Because Boots is up next, and why not fight your mandatory?
Facts. Facts. Houston, Texas is in this thing. I see you. Band up. Um,
Yeah,
now, now, yesterday people was talking about this, so we don't have to rehash it from yesterday. But Shaheed brought up a good point. I know you're a Crawford fan. If
you
Crawford
know I
don't
got
move
something for
up,
that.
huh?
You know I got something for that.
Well, I'm just saying if he don't move up to fight uh Errol Spence in his rematch, do you think he should fight Boots? I mean, Boots is now the IBF champion. He's 147 pounds. So is Crawford if he don't move up. Should he just go ahead and fight Boots? I mean, they both 147-pound champions now. What you think?
If he doesn't move up to fight Arrow, I don't think him moving up to fight Arrow is his only option. I keep trying to tell people he can take that belt off of Tim Zoo, or you know what I mean. I don't think he, like he said, he don't want the Charlo thing, and Charlo's doing some weird stuff while letting his belts go. You know what I mean, to the wayside. Before he did that, I said he can go up and fight Charlo, but like he said, I don't think that's gonna go down. If he stays at 147, I mean, yeah, fight Boots, get your belt back, but like he said, I don't really. That's not really. I mean, it really doesn't do anything for him if he wins. Really, I mean, it does something for the people that are fan of Boots. You know what I mean? Outside of Boots fans, what does that do for Crawford? Fighting somebody that's, you know what I mean, that you've already been at a weight for how many years now? Knocking everybody out for how many years? So he knocked Boots out. Say he knocked Boots out. It's just another one on the list for him. And here we are talking about what? Crawford moving back up, right? Okay, then. So then what's going to be up there? The same thing that's up there right now, right? Because nobody that I just named, like Zoo or anybody, I don't think is going to fight before Crawford and Spence, if that fight does take place.
Okay, as one thing I gotta say, he not knocking Boots out, bro.
Just saying, no, but for real though, but for real, they knock Boots out. What are we going? What are we going to be coming up with next in these videos and topics for us? Crawford going, who should Crawford fight next? If he does that, stops that man, then what? What are we talking about? The same thing, right?
You're not knocking Boots out, Band Up. You're not knocking Boots out, bro. He probably can't even beat Boots. It ain't gonna be you making it seem like he's gonna run through Boots. Crawford ain't.
I'm not,
he might
bro.
lose that
Look,
fight,
Marty,
bro.
the very first time. Hold up, let me show my face, Marty, because I think you forgot.
He gonna hit my move on me.
The very first time me and you ever went on live together, I clicked the camera yet? Bro, what did I tell you? Hold up. What did I tell you, man? Look, yeah, I've done double click the camera.
Go ahead.
Look, you feel me? I got my Biggie Smalls, color shirt on, so I'm kind of feeling big today, you dig? So, look, I told you, he can hurt him. I'm not saying he can't hurt Crawford. He can hurt him, but he's not keeping up with Bud, because Bud got the IQ over him. Everybody want to sleep on the man's IQ. Nobody want to bring that up no more. Terrence got an IQ over Boots. Boots just showed a couple of fights ago. We was questioning, could he cut off the ring against somebody that was moving, right? We don't got those questions for Bud. He can cut that off and get you up out of there. Once you're hurt, you're done. It's been shown. So what is there to question?
Okay. I got Aaron H. Muhammad. He just joined. I want to get his fight of the year first, but before I do, Shahid, I mean, you hear what Band Up is saying. I mean, you're the one that started off by bringing Boots' name up. You heard what Band Up said. I mean, what you think about that? Like, I mean, he said, basically, Boots basically don't have the IQ of a Crawford, and Crawford possibly can knock him out. I mean, since you brought Boots in it, I mean, what you think?
Well, we can't take nothing away from Terrence Bud Crawford, as far as skill wise. His skill set is, is almost unmatched. However, there'll always be the asterisk, by that win until we know for certain what took place with the snack program. And, that'll always be an asterisk on that because, similar to what on the podcast that you had with Conte on there. He said no boxer had Olympic style drug testing, which is 365 24/7. That hasn't been done yet. So that raises the questions, are these tests being circumvented? Are they being dodged to where these boxers aren't being smart and dodging these tests? So there'll always be an asterisk by that win by way of Bud, because it goes back to the same question that you raised that had that man on your podcast. Why'd you go over there? But to answer the question, to fight Boots Ennis, no, I don't think that he'll run or walk through Boots Ennis. I think Boots Ennis has the investor's skill set to switch hit better than Crawford. I've seen that in various fights that I've seen Boots Ennis fight in. He's a switch hitter on both sides, not just one side, because Crawford's basically, goes into southpaw and fights in the southpaw stance and beats his opponent. Then he don't stay there for long periods of time like Boots Ennis does. But if they two were to fight one another, that is a very interesting fight, to where I think that Bud Crawford would not just walk through Boots Ennis. He will actually struggle with him, especially if we have a Olympic style drug test for Crawford. If that's there, I don't think he'll be the same fighter if we have Olympic style drug test with him.
What is your notion to even say that though? For real?
My notion is notion to say that is because if when he was getting dropped by a mean machine, he didn't have that power. Bud Crawford didn't have that power. You know what I'm saying? They had that one punch jab that he had when he fought Spence. He didn't have that when he's getting dropped by a Mean Machine or getting wobbled by a Gamboa or Yorkis Gamboa. You know, or when when he was in the ring with Shawn Porter, he didn't have that one punch jab that he did with Spence. Out of all the 39 other fights that he fought, he never had that until all of a sudden he fought Spence.
But you're tripping for saying that with Shawn Porter, number one, and number two, getting older. You're gonna get more muscle. You're gonna gain more weight, bro. I'm telling you, you're gonna get stronger as you're going up. Isn't he trying to go up in weight? Because why? 147 is kind of getting hard for him to make, right? So you want to talk about a Mean Machine and a Gamboa that was early in his 147, you know what I mean, in his 147 fights. And two, what happened in those? What he said? Oh, I got hit by Mean Machine. What happened that same round? Done. So obviously it didn't affect him. As much as everybody want to say, you're getting him out in the same round you quote unquote got dropped in, but you got dropped. But hold on, you got dropped, but you knocked him out in that same. That don't make no sense to me. The man's knocked out. He's done.
He did not Mean Machine out that same round.
Bro,
that wasn't that same round. It was
the Gamboa when he got caught by Gamboa.
The Gamboa, not the Mean Machine. Yeah, Mean Machine dropped him. This is what I'm saying. You know, and no one's against Bud Crawford. I'm just saying his actions and in which he committed in the way that he moved. If you don't move, if a person is naturally, because you spoke on weight, right? And I'm older than Bud Crawford, right? And my weight is fine without no performance enhancements. So when you get older, you say you some, not all people gain weight. Some people can maintain their weight. Some people can control their second brain in their stomach and maintain their weight. But when you move up in age, why? And you great naturally. No natural boxer who has natural ability needs a performance enhancement. They don't. If you naturally great, you don't need a performance enhancement. So why go over there if you really need, especially when you're getting older and you at the end of your career, of course you're going to gain weight. Why would you go over to somebody if you got it naturally and you already great? So we need a Victor Conte to make ourselves greater. So we need to outsource to a European to make us greater. He a brother. He melanated like you melanated, bro. What we need this dude for? What we needed this dude that was known for cheating. What do we need him for towards the end of my career to enhance my performance? Why? If I'm already naturally great.
So to cook on what you said with the Shawn, I'm gonna get to that one. But when you said with the Shawn Porter, bro, when you get hit with that type of straight hand punch, you're gonna take a step back. Bud didn't get visibly wobbled with going against the ropes with Shawn Porter. So I don't get the notion people want to say with Shawn Porter. Bud was throwing looping body shots and all that. You see how that man was throwing them them hands. The same type of throwing he was throwing with Errol Spence. Come on now, man. You guys gotta stop that. Yeah, Shawn Porter caught him and he took a step back. But other than that, he got that man up out of there. He dropped him twice in the 10th round when he knew he was losing, when he was down on the cards, when his team told him. He said, I'm down. Okay, let me get mad and get this man up out of here. Done. You get what I'm trying to say when it comes to that. And far as what he went over there for, I told Marty, and Victor Conte even said this. I said this early on. One, could be the money. Two, if you seen something that was working, why not go with it? That can always be the case. If you seen something that was working, such as the SNAP program, why not go with it? And if you're not putting no drugs in your own body, I understand Victor Conte went to jail and all that other stuff. But if you know within your own right, you're not putting nothing in your body, you know what I mean? Then you know that.
Does he got it naturally is the question. So that's what the question that becomes is raised. He didn't have it naturally. If you got to go elsewhere to a guy who was a known cheater, why go there? If you dealing with a known cheater, bro, let's deal with logic. If you dealing with a dude that has been caught, not to say that he can't come back from second chances, like, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt to come out and not be a part of the recidivism rate. That he came out and, you know what I'm saying, he's dealing with those who are dealing with, you know, the anti-doping or whatnot. Now, we'll give him credit. Say he's theoretically speaking, let's say that Victor Conte is dealing with clean fighters, right? But if you got it naturally, Bud Crawford, who has it naturally, me and you both agree on that Bud Crawford has it naturally, skill set wise as well. If you have that, There's no need for him to do that at the end of his career if you got it naturally. That's to say, in action-wise, his actions committed to show and prove that Bud Crawford don't got it naturally to beat somebody like Earl Spence without an unfair advantage. That's an unfair advantage, bro.
I think Band Up must have jumped off, but sometimes his signal fades in the mountains, so he definitely will be back up. But
Okay.
in the meantime, in between time, Aaron, you still there, A? I'm not sure if Aaron can hear me. Hey, Aaron, you still here?
I think his mic is muted.
I tried to unmute him, but it's telling me that he has to unmute himself. Hey, is that hold it before? Oh, look at my man Band Up. Is that Lucky McKinnell's? Lucky, is that you, Lucky, in the
Yeah, I don't
background?
know what happened. It took him out. Then he took me out right next.
Hey, brother Marty,
Yes.
did you see what was written from the dude from the Mad Chat dude? Did you see that was written in the chat?
Yeah, I banned him. I banned him behind
Yeah,
you.
yeah, that dude is a troll, man.
He a troll. Yeah, we
Yeah.
found out he was a troll. Banned Up. I banned the boy, man. He
Okay.
sucker stuff, man.
You got the world on fire with the snap
Yeah, you were
program.
saying, but
You
you were
got the
saying,
world on fire. They mad at you, bro. They mad. I'm not saying that to toot anybody's horn. What you did, you get quadruple saluted for what you did, bro. Because what you did, you took the veil off the individual who was trying to remain hidden, and they don't like that. I'm not talking about the Bud Crawford fan. I'm talking about in general. They mad because you use your intellect to see beneath the surface, like the jizza. You went beneath the surface and seen beneath the surface when it come time to this, the snack program. They don't want to give you your props. They really mad because what they were thinking, they were scared that, you said what they were scared to think or scared to say. You spoke what they were scared to think.
I appreciate that, and it's all about just speaking the truth. And speaking the truth, like I got a guy in the chat, right? Because I was like, man, because I see a couple of people from Maine that checked in today, and I haven't seen a lot of people from Maine, check in. And Todd, I'm trying to find his original message. Here it go. I said, well, man, I didn't even know people from Maine knew who I was, and that they even watched the channel and everything. And Todd Stanton, he you see it on your screen, he said, love the education you give and the honesty we hear strong from Maine. So what it is people want to hear truth. People want to hear education, but they also want to hear truth. And I entertain y'all. I try to make everybody laugh. But on a serious note, I like to make sure I get the education out of the sport and the business of boxing. You know what I mean? So if that means that we have to, ask certain questions that need to be answered for the truth to be revealed and people can be educated, then so be it. Double salute to my guy Toon. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel, Toon. Toon says, ask Band Up, Wilder knocking out or dropping every opponent for 40 fights. Would it make sense for Wilder to take a snack for Fury? That was a question for Band Up. I'll leave it up on the screen so you can read it too, Band Up. That's from Toon. Thank you for your support and contribution again, Toon. Double salute, my brother. You want me to read it
So
again for you,
my answer
Ben?
to that is you can serve it again.
All right. So ask Band Up, Wilder knocking out or dropping every opponent for 40 fights. Would it have made sense for Wilder to take snack for Fury?
Wilder's issue with Fury was a skill problem. That's the issue with Wilder. I don't think it's kind of like how you said, how you asked it with about Shakur, when you said after that when we were talking about that, you said should Shakur go with Snack, after that lackluster performance. And I was like, no. Then you were like, but bend up, your boy's over there. And I'm like, I understand that, but Shakur's issue was a skill problem. Deontay Wilder ran into a skill issue with Fury. Actually, with that being said, say he didn't do that, right? And he fought the first one, and the first one was a tie. I mean, how because the first one was a draw.
Mhm.
It's still a skill issue, and it's still a glove gate with Fury. But if he went over there with Snack, I don't think it would have helped anything. He should have went to Snack for the third fight because this gas tank was ran. He should have went to Snack for the third fight. I don't know about the first fight going into the Fury fight because I think he thought, I think Deontay was under the impression he could just knock him out. But as seen in the first fight, and the fact that that was a draw, and we know that now, it's clearly a skill issue. It's nothing to do with endurance. It's nothing to do with low iron. It has nothing to do with testosterone. It's clearly skill. It's nothing on a scientific level that Wilder had to improve on to beat Fury. Actually, when he went into that second fight, he was with the I was watching a little all accesses or whatever it was, and he had the little like the masseuse or whatever it was, like had a little ball on his arm, whatever, and like massaging his arms out. And he was like, it sent shockwaves, you know what I mean, or whatever medical term he was using, you know what I mean, through my arm to make my punch really stand out more, you know what I mean, really pop more, more powerful. Like he was doing things, you know what I mean, like that to make his power go up against Fury. And clearly that's not the issue. It's a skill issue with Wilder.
Yeah, I mean, I can see, of course. I mean, definitely a skill, definitely a skill disparity between Wilder and Fury. But you know what? Wilder looked better with when it came to his endurance in that first fight than the other two
Exactly.
because Wilder missed a lot of punches that got him tired. Because, like you said, Band Up, I believe he really was just under the impression. Look, he's coming off a long layoff. He done ballooned up in weight. He had to drop some weight down. We heard that he had a drug issue with cocaine or whatever he was dealing with personally in his life. Man, we going to cherry pick him, knock him out, and we going straight to Fury. You know, to get the UK fans already, on board with what the design was. The real play was get Fury out of there as a tune-up for Anthony Joshua. That was the real play,
Yep.
promotion
Yep.
wise. But Fury spoiled the apple cart because he basically came in and started boxing and outboxing Wilder. And not only that, but some people say, like myself, I don't believe that fight was a draw. Me personally, and I watched that fight several times and came with the same conclusion every time I watched that fight. Now, I watch regular fights 100 times, and sometimes I don't come up with the same conclusion every time. Like when I watch Ray Leonard versus Hagler, I don't come up to the same conclusion every single time. But when I look at it from a judge's perspective, the judging criteria, being trained as a judge, when I looked at that fight using the judging criteria, I had Fury, winning 2 or 3 rounds more than Wilder in that fight. So mathematically, it couldn't have been a draw. But that was my personal observation. But it worked out because we had a good trilogy out of it. So, but the thing is, I'm glad Wilder didn't go to Snack because he really don't need Snack with that power. And him going over there, he probably kill somebody, man. Straight up. He probably,
For the endurance part,
I don't
see,
know.
Wilder needs to fix his endurance and his defense.
Well, the snack don't have nothing to do with defense, but it does have a lot to do with endurance. And that would have made him even more dangerous. Because remember, he was going in there like when he fought Ortiz that first time, Wilder was just trying to get him out of there. And he was tiring himself out, but he still had enough power in the ninth and 10th round to not just hurt, but even knock Fury. Like he knocked Fury down. Referee came in and stopped it. It was over. So if he had more endurance with the power, man, somebody had to go in the ambulance. and then the grade behind it.
Man,
Because
I
that
was
boy
like I
got
told you, I
natural
went back
power.
and I went back and I rewatched that man's last 6 fights, man. How he was throwing that, you know what I mean? Throwing that like his one round, his first round knockout versus Dominic Brazili. His approach is way different from his first round knockout with Robert Helenius. And the things that happened in between that match and between those two fights is exactly what is what ruined Wilder. I told you, man, in that second fight, that second knockdown and that unofficial knockdown, that was it. That was it for Wilder. He never moved the same again.
I still think he got a payday or two in him. Because he's still a knockout
All right,
artist.
I
See, you
still believe he
can't
got the
never
money. I know he got.
you
I'm not
never
saying
can
he done, but whew, boy,
you
you gotta
can
snap
never
into the
count a
old
guy
Wilder.
you can never count a guy out that got power like that. You know what I mean? When you
Tyson
got
Fury
power like
cheated.
that,
Tyson Fury
huh?
cheated that second fight. Tyson Fury with them floppy gloves, man. Young Pharaoh, he put that up on YouTube and they took it down. He exposed, where them floppy gloves don't move like that. He clearly cheated that second bout. Tyson Fury did clearly.
We got my guy Lucky on here. Hey Lucky,
Hey, what's up, man?
what's going on, big dog? Listen, real quick, before I get your take on everything we talking about, fight of the year. Now we talked about fighter of the year yesterday, but fight of the year. Who you got, man? Any I mean I got three fights in the title, but any one that you choose, the ones in the title or your own is cool. Who you got on fight of the year?
Well, I want to go with Crawford and Spence, but it's hard because of what Victor said. Um, so I'm gonna go with Benavidez and Plant.
Benavidez and Plant.
Yeah.
Why that fight though? Why Benavidez and Plant over
Well,
Devin Haney and Lomachenko? Because both of those fights were very highly competitive. But why Benavidez and Plant over Dev and Loma?
well, Dev, the matchmakers picked that. They knew that Lomo was old. I mean, he wasn't no fresh Lomo, so I can't get it today, not at all. Um, the one against Plant, I give it that one, but at the same time, I feel like Benavidez could have been in there with anybody else and still did the same amount of damage. So I'm gonna go with that fight. And right now, I can go with Terrence Crawford and Spence because Victor already said that Spence ran that hill. That's pretty much what did him in.
Yeah, he definitely said that, and I put that video out a little earlier. Matter of fact, that video is doing very, very well. It's trending very well. Everybody knows the
Yeah, what's the
YouTube,
guy? It's been confirmed. It's been confirmed too
huh?
that he indeed he that it's been confirmed by a few other channels, and including Jason and Greg, that Errol Spence did run up a hill, up that mountain, Mount Charles, um, with I think they said 8,000 elevation, and he
Yeah,
ran up with a couple other fighters, and he's the only one with long sleeve on.
yeah, yeah. Jason and Greg, they did a reaction video to um the little small segment I put out of the interview with me and Victor Conte, and they did include the fact that how we saw Errol Spence running up the mountains, and of course he had a long sleeve shirt, and according to all accounts, he did that a week before the fight or a few days before the fight. So that was not a good move according to what Victor Conte said. And I agree with that. It wasn't a good move. I mean, I think that type of running and look, we thought that he was doing that running to drain that weight. That's what we thought, and he probably did. I don't know, but that type of running with the altitude and of course the dry heat that's in Vegas, maybe that was what was zapped him before he got in the ring because he definitely when he was in the back and I think Jim Gray was interviewing him in the back. And he looked sleepy then. He looked like he was tired. He just didn't look himself then before he came to the ring. Like But no excuses. But I guess these things happen. You know, that's why you gotta have the right team around you too. Because somebody was
for
supposed to
sure.
say,
And we seen but yeah,
Hey,
we seen Bud. When he went to he was out there on in the All Access jogging in Colorado. He didn't even go to Vegas for that to do all that.
I think Lucky was about to say something too.
I was gonna say, as soon as Victor said what he said, automatically I thought about Derek James. Derek James shouldn't have allowed that.
Facts. Totally agree.
Yo, for sure.
And it's unfortunate because, you know, we can't even give that the fight of the year. Like, even if we wanted to. I mean, it was a really, obviously, a dominating performance for Crawford, but we can't give it the fight of the year when you had like Lomachenko and Devin. That was like a seesaw battle in some of those rounds. Because I had Devin winning that fight 7 rounds to 5 rounds. Um, but that still was a seesaw battle. When you look at David Benavidez and Caleb Plant, they was getting it on. I mean, Caleb Plant, he started off strong. He first 5 or 6 rounds, he was doing his thing. He was putting the beats on Benavidez, but then he gassed out. He didn't have enough gas in the tank, and he was getting hit too. That slowed him down as well. And then David Benavidez just kind of took over from there. Then it was like another one-sided fight, but that was still a seesaw battle, very competitive fight. So,
Monster NUA Cool Boy Steph was good.
well, I mean, I love Cool Boy. That's my guy from Philly, but I can't get that fight of the year because in a way, just was he dominated that whole fight from the opening
Whooping
bell. So
boys.
I don't
Woo. Man, that was some whooping this year.
We had some good fights all year round, though. This 2023 was like the best boxing year. I wouldn't say all time, but it's up there. It's up there on the top 5, top 10 list. It's up there. That was, man, 2023 was good boxing. So Two Cents made a good comment in the chat, right? And this is basically what I was saying. I'm gonna put a comment up. She's a member of the channel, so I am allowed to do this. But 2 Cents says the fact that Spence ran up that mountain don't take the heat off of Victor. Two things can be true. Spence team messed up and Victor was just deflecting. The only comment I would say on that is I told everybody a few days after the fight, I let all the other content creators, I let them all render their verdict of their reaction of the fight between Crawford and Spence. I didn't watch none of their content because I don't like. Let me reframe that. I don't watch the people that don't like me anyway. But the ones I'm cool with, I don't watch their content because I don't want to be influenced by what nobody else say. I always have my own independent thinking. So I know though that people was not taking the approach that I was taking, you know, because people were sending me 30-second clips of everybody else. Let me reframe that. Crawford fans were emailing me certain clips that other content creators were saying. And some of them were saying, I'm sorry. I apologize to Crawford. I thought Spence was going to win. Or, all right, I'm owning up to it. I was wrong. And stuff like that. But my approach, and Crawford fans that was sending me that was saying, you better do what everybody else doing. You got owe us apology. We don't want to see you do another video on or live unless you apologize to Bud Crawford. I'm like, apologize for what? Like, since when in sports do any of us, and I'm including all sports, including hockey. I don't know anything about hockey, but the people that's watching might. We got people from Canada watching us. You know what I mean? I know they real big on hockey over there in their country. But I'm just saying is, in America, I ain't never seen in no other sports all my life where someone said that this team was going to beat this team in the championship or the Super Bowl, and then that team that they thought was going to win actually lose, they come out on social media and say, sorry, Pat Mahomes. I had the Eagles winning against y'all in the Super Bowl, and they lost. Sorry, Andy Reid. I ain't never seen that before.
Yo,
So it's like, why
yeah,
why
yeah.
would it
I
come
got one
out?
for you. I got one for you, Marty. I got one for you. It was when Stephen A. disrespected my Seattle Seahawks the year we won the title. Go look it up on First Take.
Yeah, but it's like not in boxing, we don't do that. So I wasn't going to start doing it all because
Yeah, I
Crawford fans
was
was
saying
mad.
football. They did. Yeah, he did.
Who? Huh?
Stephen A. apologized. Definitely. Stephen A. gave he apologized after all the smack he was talking against about the Seahawks
That's what I'm saying. I don't do that. Well, guess what? When
because
I
he
say
thought,
something, I
cause
stand.
he, yeah,
Hey,
because he thought
Vanda,
the box.
when I say something, I stand on it.
Go ahead.
See, I say things that I don't have to apologize for. And guess what else I do? When I say things, I've already made my decision on whatever the consequence is going to be before I say it. I already made my decision whatever it's going to be. So what I'm saying is, when I was talking about the snack program works, and you know, a few days after the fight, I came also out. Not only did I say the snack program works, but I also said that both fighters look different. We just got to keep it real. We never seen Errol Spence look that bad in the fight, but we also never seen Terrence Crawford look that good either. so, so that's all I was saying. Like, wait a minute, both of these fighters look different in this fight. So, with that being said, we now got to go back and say we got to see a rematch. They already agreed to it at the post fight, but at the same time, before the rematch come, we need answers because hey, he's over there with Victor. Now, like the people was telling me, oh, come on, Marty. You don't say that about nobody else that is a snack. And I said, you know what? I was waiting because of what Victor Conte said when he talked about Pacquiao in his last three fights. So I had to wait the Crawford third fight to see what was going on. And I saw his third fight and I said what I said. Now with that, now let me reframe that because I don't want nobody to misinterpret me. Victor Conte said in Pacquiao's last three fights, that's where he came up with the observation his whole career that Pacquiao was juicing. I'm not saying that the same thing he said. I'm not saying it about Crawford, that he was juicing his whole career and all that last three. I'm just saying that based on that opinion, he was going by observation of levels of difference in performance. So I looked at a difference in performance in Bud. And I watched his third fight, of course, was Spence. Then I come out, and then now I'm starting to talk about the other snack fighters. And you know what people said? When I said something about Andre, nobody said a word because he's not as popular on YouTube. Most people are not fans of his. When I talked about how Andre looked in his fight, look at his fight on the undercard of that Boots versus Villa and that Tank versus Hector Garcia. Now, with that being said, when I said Caleb Plant knocked out Anthony Durrell with one punch, they call him sweet hands, something we never seen him do. In fact, 2 years before that, Anthony Durrell was in the ring with a powerful puncher named David Benavidez, and David Benavidez couldn't even knock you down. Not
Couldn't.
even once. Now, guess what? And guess what people said when I said that? Nothing, because Caleb Plant is not as popular, and he don't have a whole lot of fans that how we be doing on YouTube. Oh, but when I said something about Devin Haney, Lord have mercy. When I talked about Devin Haney, how he looked in the later rounds, where he don't get as tired. I said this live. I stand on what I say. And I told y'all my reference was the Lomachenko fight. In the 12th round, he wasn't gassed. And the reason why I say he wasn't gassed, which I believe that he should have been, is because his punch output changed. You understand? Like when Pacquiao threw over 1,000 punches when he fought De La Hoya, over 900 something punches, he's supposed to be tired. We haven't seen Devin Haney that active. I'm talking about throwing a whole bunch of punches like that. And I'm saying he missed a couple too. That tires you out. But he was in a dogfight with Loma. what I'm saying. But in the 12th round, he still had his wits with him. I'm not accusing. I'm just saying that was my observation. So all I'm saying is, it's not that I'm picking on Bud. Anybody with the snack program, but I can't just go out and say, well, I'm gonna speak on snack because the fans are mad at me about Crawford. It don't make a difference who it is. Snack program work. Now 5 months later, what happened? Like my man Shaheed said yesterday, some other content creators who wasn't even speaking on that. Well, they speaking on it now. Some of them, especially the ones that don't like me, they speaking on it. And guess what? Some people they hinting at it, but they ain't just coming all the way. They like pulling up to the stop sign. Now the big fat line is right there, but they all the way back there stopping. Me, I pull all the way up to the line. I pull right up there, and I'm standing on everything I said because I know I'm right. And guess what? Whatever's going to be, Shaheed, is going to be. But I know what you said, and I'm not going to go into it because we talked, Shaheed. But what I'm saying is we got to deal with what's real, man. That we can't go by just because somebody's a fan of a fighter. We turn a blind eye just so we can have the satisfaction to say, I told y'all he was going to win. There's some things we got to address behind that, too. That's all I was basically saying. You know what I mean?
And
Yo,
cause the
yo,
uproar.
yo, Marty.
Yes.
I got a question because
Yes.
unless I missed it, I have not seen you talk about the snack program and Shawn Porter and what the snack program supposedly had done for him.
I did.
Because that's a
But you know
snack
what?
program.
All right, I'm gonna talk about it now then. Actually, I did. I'm the only content creator that told everybody that Shawn Porter had the snack program on his logo, so did Terrence Crawford in that fight. Nobody else say nothing about it before that. Now, let me also clarify this. When Shawn Porter fought, um, when Shawn Porter fought Terrence Crawford, I have to say this is true. I didn't have a YouTube channel. I wouldn't even think about going on YouTube. But I have friends of mine that know me personally and people in boxing. They know how I felt about that. Because, and guess what? Just last week, and I'll say it live today because you brought it up. To me, and I said this last week, to me, when Shawn Porter fought Errol Spence, he didn't have the snack logo on his trunks at all. But to me, he performed better to me, just as an observer knowing the sport. He performed better when he fought Crawford than he did with Errol Spence. And we was told that one of his feet was halfway out the door to retire. We were told by even Shawn Porter he didn't do certain regimens in training, which is why his dad threw the towel in. You see what I'm saying? So his performance looked more better to me in the Crawford fight than it did with Spence.
I got a question. Do you think that Shawn Porter went to the snack program after he fought Ugas? Because if you ask me, Ugas won that fight. Ugas beat Shawn Porter that fight. If you ask me,
that was a very controversial decision. And Ugas actually dropped Porter, but they didn't call it.
They didn't count. Yes,
they didn't count that as a knockdown a couple years before. Then I saw that fight. I don't know exactly when he went over to the snack, but I will tell you it was early on. And the reason why I know that is because most people don't know this. But if you do your research and homework like I do, Shawn Porter is the one that brought the Haneys over there to the Conte's gym. You see? Now, I'm not saying that Bill didn't have a hand in obviously deciding for his son to go there. I'm just saying that they was recommended by Shawn Porter and Kenny Porter to go over there. You see what I'm saying?
Earlier
they've been
when
over
you
there for a while. The Haney.
Yeah,
They've been over there for a minute.
you left the trail when you had the Conte, you know what I'm saying, on the show, because you spoke. The last question that you asked him on the show was, why did they leave out the Shane Mosley? And that when you said that, man, I already knew right there and then where you was going with that. Why did they leave that out? Because think about it. You know, what was that, 2003?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
when did he say he dealt with Andre Ward?
He said 2009.
9.
Yeah, I think he said 2009.
Yeah, and so it seems like, it's like passing the torch from one person that deal with, hey, yo, word of mouth. I deal with this guy such and such, such and such. Shane Mosley got popped dirty. He popped dirty. We all know that Shane Mosley popped dirty because Floyd Mayweather, he made a major public service announcement saying he got caught doing drugs I didn't. You remember that?
He did say that.
Yeah. So
24/7.
24/7. And if you notice, Mayweather, when Mayweather began to speak about the cheating that was going on in boxing, he got silenced with jail time. So you mean to tell me he's a multi-millionaire with the same domestic violence case that I had in the same year after Mayweather, but I can beat mine, but Mayweather can't? He had the money to do that, to make that go away. That was a lesson. Hey, shut up. You're speaking too much on what's going on behind closed doors and what's going on in boxing about the cheating that's going on. As soon as Mayweather brought it up, he began to speak about it because Roger Mayweather was the one that really brought it up when he said ringside, hey man, Pacquiao, this guy's on something. Rest in peace to the spirit of Roger Mayweather. He was the one that recognized that Manny Pacquiao wasn't getting tired. He was the first one to bring that up, was Roger Mayweather.
Well, I do know. Like I said, I don't know all the facts that you just presented, whether that's true or not. But I do know what is true is
And
that
yo, Marty,
everybody. Hold on, Ben. Let me finish. Everybody that Floyd Mayweather fought when he signed that big deal over there with Showtime, everybody, everybody that fought him had to agree to taking USADA random drug blood in your intestine. And if you didn't, you wasn't gonna get the payday. So from the first person he fought all the way to the last, and I think Andre Berto was the last person that he fought under the Showtime contract. I think he had a 6-fight deal for 100 and something million. But yeah, everybody had to go through the USADA
Didn't
testing
Berto get
program.
popped dirty? Didn't Conte say that on the podcast when you had him on there, that Berto was the one that dropped dirty, correct?
Yes, Andre Berto popped dirty. I pointed
Prime.
and Victor Conte said that because I actually pointed that out months ago. And I think everybody already know it at this point. But I pointed that out months ago. But of course, Victor Conte confirmed and clarified that that was a year after he left Snack and he was in another city and state. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. But that's what Victor Conte said. So
yo,
let me
Marty.
get this super chat. Let me get the super chat real quick, and I got you banned up. Double salute to my guy Toon. Always a pleasure. Thank you for your support, contribution to the channel. I want to nominate Tank versus Ryan because of their crazy pay-per-view numbers. They sold out the arena, and it was truly a 50-50 fight until Tank beat Ryan. And then, of course, Ryan was a cherry to discredit Tank only for Haney to fight him. And I think he's talking about now because Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, their camps and teams are supposed to be in negotiation now to actually fight each other in 2024. Go ahead, Ben.
That
Let me go
wasn't a
into
50.
super.
Yeah, but what I was saying, I personally asked, dropped a super chat, and I asked Shawn Porter. Well, one, to say what he didn't do. Shawn Porter already said he came out and he said he didn't want to do aquatics and didn't want to hit the pool like his dad wanted to. So it was it was really minor things that Shawn Porter's dad wanted him to do that he didn't do. Minor things. Another thing, I personally dropped a super chat and I asked Shawn Porter, in both Terrence and Errol fights, where do you feel you could have, if there was one thing you could have did different, what would it have been? Shawn Porter said, in the Errol fight, I knew I had to bring everything. I knew I had to bring everything to beat this guy. Every tool that I had, everything that I could possibly do to beat him. And that's what happened in the Errol fight, and he ended up losing, right? He ended up getting dropped until, to that point he got dropped. He said in the Bud fight, he thought everything he was doing was going correct. So he was like, he said, I was doing this, I was doing that, and then next thing you know, bow, I ended up on the ground. Next thing you know, I go in and bow, ended up on the ground again, and that was it for me. So I think even with Shawn Porter's own words, he did better in the Errol fight and looked better in the Errol fight than he did in the Bud fight.
Shawn Porter know that's not true, and so do you. And I'm gonna tell you how. You go back and look at that fight. At the time that Errol Spence dropped Shawn Porter, he was a little gassed and he was hurt too. When you go back and look at how he fought Crawford, he was not gassed and he was not hurt when Crawford dropped him, even twice.
He
You agree with those two
he thought
facts, right?
everything was working. So when you beating up somebody,
It was working.
when you think
Hey,
you thinking you beating up somebody, you ain't really guessing that.
bend up. It was working. Watch this.
What?
Look. It was working. Why you think Bomac told Crawford, you're losing on the scorecards. He's beating you. That means everything Porter was doing was working. If Crawford kept telling him that, right or wrong?
Yeah, that's right. They saying he's down the cards, and he went in there and shut it out.
As he was supposed to. As he should.
Don't you hit me with an Omaha.
No, that wasn't Omaha. That's my lavalier. When I see y'all on SB2,
yeah,
I go on the mic. You know what I mean? Y'all hear like y'all can't. But the thing is, they both was on snap.
but Marty, with that being said, though, if you feel like you're going to get somebody young and up and coming, you're bringing everything out of you. Of course, you're gonna be gassed. You ain't really winning the fight like you was with Bud.
They both friends. He said he didn't want to fight him after the fight. That's another thing too. He said that he didn't even want to fight him. You know, Bud said that after the fight, and on top of that, Shawn Porter said that who hit harder between the both of them. And this is what kills me about the Bud situation, because the punch resistance, how he was able to take that Errol Spence blow, when Shawn Porter clearly said that Errol Spence punched harder. And Bud got hit. He ate that like it even like he said it's gonna be a long night for him.
He said Errol's like a thug and Bud was like a whip.
Errol Spence, we know Errol Spence hit hard. He was breaking eye sockets. We know that. We know he was breaking eye sockets. And like the brother Ross from out of Chicago, when he you know, the brother on another podcast, he was showing where Terrence Bud Crawford's glove was open and wide up. And he called in to the people of that brand of that glove and said that glove is not supposed to open up like that.
Yo.
And it wasn't. And he had a whole podcast to the brother Ross from out of Chicago.
I got a question for that. Shaheed, this is subject to question, my man, when it comes to Errol and being the eye collector. In the two fights where Errol actually had to go through adversity and actually be down or have it close, he didn't snatch nobody's eye. He didn't snatch Shawn Porter's eye. He didn't snatch Bud's eye. Those are the two fights where he didn't snatch nobody's eye. And those are so my question is being, do your power really transfer when you in a dog fight, or does it only work when you got somebody and you beating them?
That's a good question. That's a great analogy, because no doubt, like you did with no doubt, it's a great analogy to answer your question. When you in a dog fight with somebody that's evenly, the key word is evenly matched, right? Which we know the Crawford fight versus Spence was not evenly matched. When you have a wise scientist that's stepping into the ring with you, and you got a group of people that's against one individual. So when you in the evenly matched fight like Porter was versus Spence, because let's keep it 1 mil for real. Porter was giving Spence the business that night. He was, up until that knockdown. I had Porter winning, and I rock with Errol Spence, but I'm a spectator of the sport. I'm not a cheerleader. I don't carry pom poms. I'm a spectator of the sport, of all sports. I don't carry pom poms. If you were a gladiator and you won that night, I'm gonna give you your props. You understand? I'm gonna give you your props if you were a gladiator, if you won that night evenly on an even playing field, like Mayweather had asked for, similar to what brother Marty was saying earlier. You know what I mean? He asked for a little bit of blood, a little bit of urine. But we know that when Spence fought Bud, they were not on an even playing field. They couldn't have been, because he went with the snack program. And he needed them in his corner to get an unfair advantage to take a blood test. Somebody that wasn't even on the snack program. You needed that to get you an unfair advantage. So put Errol Spence on the snack program and have him take a blood test and see where he lacking at. then we'll be on even playing field. But that wasn't an even playing field fight. We all know that. When you need a Victor
Marty said
Conte,
that. Marty said that months ago, and Errol was sick.
Huh?
say that again.
You hear me? I said Marty said Errol should go with the snack program months ago, and Errol apparently was sick. So we ain't gonna put that all on Terrence in the snack program. And if he wasn't sick,
Of course,
what was wrong with him? Because everybody says, even up to the ring walk, something's wrong with Errol. So we're not gonna sit here and say, it's only an uneven playing field because of Terrence and the suspicion
of course we
of the
are.
snack
Because,
program
of course we are.
that we
Because
have no
Spence,
proof of
Spence didn't go over
that
there.
he cheated.
Of course, we're going to hold him accountable for
Spence
actions
didn't
that he
go over there,
committed
but why
that
did
he
that still
chose.
doesn't explain the way he looked? It does, bro. It don't explain the way he looked. It don't explain the way he looked while he was glossy in the eyes before the fight. And if this mountain thing isn't the truth, then we definitely gonna have to have higher speculation on why Spence looked the way he looked.
Yeah, put it this way: if they don't even
We
playing
just go off the
field,
book because we know he's with Conte.
yeah, hey, why go over there? If you got it naturally, like I said, bro. If I pull up a pull-up bar right now, and there's no fecal matter, ain't no matter in me. It's Ramadan. Right? I don't need like I told you before previously, bro. I can put the camera up there right now and put the pull-up bar right now and do 100 pull-ups in a row right now like it's nothing. With no performance enhancement. And I'm 45, about to be 46. So age is determined by how you think. Age, from where I'm from, we don't let a lifeless number define who we are. We define what the number is by our character and our actions. You understand where I'm coming from? So therefore, we're not going to use age as an excuse. Okay, Bud Crawford getting up there in age. Okay, you gaining more weight when you get nah. That's not how that works. That works off by the mentality of the individual. If you feel like you can't beat somebody and you moving the way that Bud was moving before them negotiations took place, and you went over there and fought David Avenesian as a lab rat, your actions is suspect, brethren. You went up over there because you doubted yourself. You knew what it was. And then you and his hype man was sitting back talking about, oh, we left them in the dust. Why are you bragging about leaving somebody in the dust in negotiations and you go fight a lab rat with busted gloves? So your actions is suspect. His actions been suspect from when he did that. But you went over there because that fight is never going to happen. I don't need the Spence. I don't need the Spence fight to seal my legacy. Those is that man's word. You ain't never heard Spence say nothing like that, ever.
And is that the truth? Was that the truth though?
What the truth?
If Bud Crawford never fought Spence, he'd still be a Hall of Famer.
Still, there would still be a question. That doesn't mean that you a legacy, that you a legend, bro. They still would have questioned. He'd been a Hall of Famer, but the question would have been like, you never beat Spence. That still would have been the question. And then now the question becomes, you beat Spence with an unfair advantage. You beat Spence with an unfair advantage.
No, but look at the question now. If he said he was going to do something to Spence 5 years ago, and he did it to Spence, and we sitting here talking about this is the speculation now compared to if he didn't fight him and he just was retired or did something else as a Hall of Famer.
Why did he fight Spence fresh off the Ugas fight? He even tweeted and he even said it. He said, okay, no excuses. He even tweeted right after he said, congratulations to Earl Spence. No excuses, no more sides of the fence, none of that, right? Why did you not fight Spence? And I'm gonna tell you why. He even said it out of his own mouth when they met backstage. Now, when I beat him, you're gonna say that he was too small, he was too weak, and he stayed at 147 too long. That's what his whole purpose and his whole strategy was, to stall that man out. When he heard Spence say it was hard for him to make that weight at 147. You stalled him out. That's another unfair advantage. You understand where I'm coming from? He said he was going to do that. And he stalled him out instead of fighting. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. But instead of fighting Spence right after the Ugas fight, that would have happened that year. Why did you wait and stall and go off? Because you knew the Spence was on fire. Why not fight him fresh off you stalled him out because you knew you needed that time. You knew you needed that Victor Conte juice up in you, bro. He knew he needed that. And as an unfair advantage, he knew he needed that unfair advantage to beat Spence, because he knew once fresh off that Ugas ass whooping, when he seen that, the same Ugas that beat him in the amateurs, he seen that like, I don't want no parts of it. I got to stall this dude out. He knew That's why his actions commit. Let's hold Bud Crawford accountable off his actions and the way that he moved. Spence never did that. Spence been calling for the fight. You go off, you run off, you don't fight Spence fresh off the Ugas after you said and tweeted, congratulations, no more excuses, no more sides of the fence, no more nothing. Let's make this fight happen. You say that out your mouth, but his actions weren't matching his words. And then you went off and fought a lab rat and busted gloves with one punch knockout power all of a sudden. Nah, man, that don't add up. Your actions is suspect and matching the same type of cheating actions that was matching the Victor Conte with the same people that used his products before, such as the Canelo Alvarez, Alicia Baumgartner. You understand where I'm coming from? But Dylan White, all them individuals was on the SNAP program that tested positive, bro.
So when negotiations don't go right, you just supposed to take the first thing they give you in the negotiation?
Not at all.
So okay, when they bounce back and he said he didn't want to do the negotiations and they didn't want to believe him, Terrence even came out on the live and said they were pretty much telling me, oh, you're gonna take this, you're gonna take that, and then this is what you're gonna do, the percentage wise and all that. He came out on live and said all that. So what was going on in the first part of the negotiations? So when he didn't do that, and he went to BLK Prime and took that fight with David Avenesian, because not everybody was available, and still fought him. After that, they could have been in negotiations right then and there.
They banned up.
Let me finish.
David wasn't available, bro. David wasn't available. So
I understand that, Marty. I know. Marty said that BLK Prime and them guys took him out of a fight and put him against Terrence. So in his mind, he got a fight. He could be fighting Timbuktu, but now he gets to fight Bud Crawford. So in Avenesian mind, why not take it? You know what I mean? Why not get out of that fight if you can and go against Bud in Avenesian's standpoint? But what I'm getting at is there was a whole thing. I went on Monty Brown and was arguing with him, talk about some. Oh, you know what I mean? We could get this fight going now, earlier than when it took place in July. But he was talking about, oh, no, now when you got to come back to the table, now that you ran off, we got to make sure we get something different. We got to make sure it's a little bit hard on you because you ran off and you wanted to go through the back door. It was about to be Keith Thurman at one point in time. That was finna fight Errol. If he didn't fight Bud at that time, remember that. And Errol Spence wasn't trying to go for it, but the PBC and them guys were talking about how they promised Keith this, how they promised Keith that. And I went on live and I was like, bro, where does it say Keith on that shirt that Errol Spence wanted to do the little knock with the shark? It was about to be Keith for a minute. So let's not sit here and act like it was all Bud Crawford's one. It was all one-sided when it came to negotiations on Bud Crawford. It was both of them.
Spence came out on an interview ringside at a fight and said, he said, get your money, man. He said, but don't put it off on my team as if we were the ones that messed up the negotiations. Because we all know that Bud Crawford is not a household name when it comes time. He just got there after he beat Spence, after the Conte Connect and all the team that it took a bunch of people to beat this one man. It's similar to how they be doing LeBron in the league. The super teams coming against one individual. That's what they did in boxing. The same thing they do be doing in basketball. Let's not forget that Earl Spence was ringside and said, hey, man, get your money, man. By any means, go ahead and get your money. But don't put it off on my team as if we were the ones that left the negotiation, because we know that Bud Crawford was the one that left, because Bob Arum said out of his mouth that he lost so much money on Terrence Crawford that he could build a house in Calabasas. That he lost, because we know that he couldn't sell a fight. But if his life depended on it, Terrence Bud Crawford could not sell a fight. We know that. You know that. I know that. And Bob Arum said that. If you with the top ranked banner and your promoter is telling you that and telling the world that he lost so much money on Bud Crawford, right? I lost so much money on this man that I could build a house in Calabasas. So therefore, the 70-30 that they were going to give him, yeah, that's what you entitled to, bro. You can't sell no fights, bro. This is business. Like Floyd Mayweather said, boxing is a business. And the business and the numbers, the truth in numbers, the truth was with Earl the Spence Truth. Earl the Truth Spence is the one that had the household name with all the numbers. So men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. And them numbers were with Earl the Truth Spence, not with Terrence Bud Crawford, with his own promoter saying to the world that he lost so much money on him, he could build a house in Calabasas. What's that say about that?
Yeah.
So he didn't get fucked in
So
negotiations at all. If we being technical, because the money and the numbers right there, it only makes sense because you're only making this money because you're fighting Earl the True Spence. Bud Crawford ain't never sold out, ain't ever sold out a Dallas Stadium or Omaha Stadium. He never done that, but Earl Spence done that multiple times. So therefore, for him to talk about the negotiations as a medium, because in all reality, we know that when you seen that Ugas ass whooping, it's what made you stall. That's what made, because he said out of his own mouth, yo, there's no excuses. But then you went off in action, not off of what he said, in his actions, saying that there were no excuse. The excuses were in his actions to go off and fight David Avanesian, who already had a fight set up. Who already had a fight set up. He did that to use that man as a lab rat. And David Avanesian, they filed a lawsuit about those busted gloves too. So we don't even add that in there. They filed a lawsuit about those busted gloves. You got one punch, knockout power all of a sudden for 38 other fights that you had before. You ain't had no busted gloves before. But as soon as you hook up with this Victor Conte guy, in which you ain't had a body test since 2020, and you fight David Avanesian all of a sudden after you stall Spence and you knock this guy out cold and with busted gloves. Those are suspects actions that raise anybody's eyebrow. And when you're dealing with contact sports, and all of a sudden you come out with this one punch knockout power, that's suspect. And then you drop Spence with the same jab that Devin Haney dropped Progress with a couple weeks back. The same jab. So it has to be something in, like what Brother Marty said. The SNAP program definitely works. Whatever's in those performance enhancements, they work, bro.
Real quick, Marty.
Yo.
Hey, you remember when we talked before the Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford fight, and I called the punch that he was gonna knock Spence down with?
I can't remember, but I know you was on here a lot talking about.
I caught the punch that he was gonna knock Spence down with too. I seen that within the skill set, with off my knowledge of me watching the sport. Number two, bro, we're not gonna sit here, bro. We can't sit here and just say, oh yeah, you got to take that 70-30 when it's literally a negotiation, bro. You can bounce back and forth how many times you wanted to. Just like the Shakur and Devin thing, bro. Yeah, everybody want to say Shakur should have took what he wanted to, but Shakur felt he should have bounced back. And what did he ended up doing when he bounced back? He got more out of it, did he not? So and another thing, Bob Arum said all that, but at the same time, we also know fighters were not willing to fight Terrence Crawford. It wasn't every fighter just willing to jump in there with Terrence Crawford, and a lot of the good fighters at 147 were on the PBC side. Is that not the truth?
That's the truth.
So it's not as easy for him to make these type of fights as it was for Errol.
Say what? Say it again.
It wasn't as easy for Terrence Crawford to make fights with fighters with other good fighters that's on the PBC side as it is for Errol and his people, or what's his name, to do in-house fights.
Hey, band up. When you got Mayweather making deals with De La Hoya, then it could have happened. Mayweather took a less amount just so he can make that fight happen. Terrence could have been did it. But when you got Earl taking a less amount at the very end of the deal, that lets you know Earl wasn't holding up the whole time because he gave that man exactly what he wanted.
And Bud even said that. Bud even told him that. He's the reason why that fight happened.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't shy away from this topic. I know Mr. Greg Quarterbomb is in the chat. He says, we talking about Bud versus Spence again? And I didn't take it here, Greg. But here's the thing. I equally don't shy away. Other people do take it here. You know, that's where we at. So, everybody is talking about it in the chat. It's engaging. I mean, it's just what it is the fight was such a huge fight. A fight of that magnitude was so huge that the expectation level from both fan bases really was shocking. And I think that's another truth that makes this topic keep somehow, some way spinning up on this panel and probably others, because no Terrence Crawford fan expected him to knock down Spence 3 times and early and run through him the way he did. And Spence fans didn't expect Crawford to look that spectacular either. Once again, both fighters look different for whatever reason, you know. But I mean, hopefully they get it uh resolved in the rematch, if there is a rematch. Well, who knows?
There's gonna be a
I
rematch,
mean,
Marty. There's gonna be a rematch, and then we're gonna have to come back here and hear the other excuses that these Spence fans is gonna have, bro. This is crazy.
Ain't no
well,
excuses
I
if
don't
they
think
have
it's
Olympic style drug testing for Bud Crawford without,
Bro,
kind of like
but
Devin Haney
even if,
said,
bro,
get that snack shit out of boxing. So let me guess, the undefeated Devin Haney, right?
well,
Abdul
Tank
Wahid
Davis.
now.
Well,
Shout
hold
out
on.
to
Tank Davis,
his
Tank Davis
Tank
said,
Davis.
get that snack out of boxing, not Devin
yeah,
Haney.
yeah, my fault. Yeah, correction. Yeah, Tank Davis, Abdul Wahid now, which is the new Muslim conversion. So shout out to our brethren. He was the one. He's calling the same thing that Marty said before anybody. So of course the world is listening. Manager roll the tape. Marty got the world on fire right now to where even Tank Davis is like, yo, get that snack shit out of boxing, because they know something is up. And who was Tank Davis connected to? Oh, Floyd Money Mayweather. That's right. You don't think that Mayweather's giving him the ins and out on what's going on in boxing for Tank Davis to say that? He said that for a reason, because there's some
Tank,
suspect action that's been going on, and mainly with Bud Crawford. Let's keep it one
Tank
mil
been
for real.
coming at everybody lately. He just came at. He just came at Marco Boxing. Tank is firing off on everything right now. You say anything to Tank, he gonna act like Kevin Durant on Twitter.
The only way I want to see that Spence versus Bud Crawford rematch is if there is Olympic style, like Bill Conte said, 24/7 Olympic style drug testing. That's the only reason. That's the only way I want to see that, because that's the only way we'll all know they're on even playing field, instead of one taking the blood test before the fight and going up under the snack program before the fight. All of a sudden, you go up under this guy. All of a sudden, at the end of your career, but you so-called great and a so-called Hall of Famer. And I say so-called because of his actions are suspect at 147.
Man, oh man, you guys are not gonna let this go with that man, bro. He lost.
Yeah,
It's okay. He gonna lose again. He gonna lose
yeah.
again,
Oh,
bro.
hey, with an Olympic style drug test, let him lose. If he
He
beat,
gonna.
listen, bro,
He still will
listen,
lose
band up,
again.
listen, band up, listen. If yeah, he'll lose again on that snack, of course. You would too. You would too, brethren. If you had an unfair advantage, you would too. So it sounds slick to say that he'll win with an unfair advantage. But let him do Olympic style drug testing for both fighters and see how that pan out. Then we can talk who's better. But as of now, your fighter and who you root for, Bud Crawford, has had the unfair advantage. As David Avenesian, he's saying the same thing.
Your
He's saying the
fighter,
same thing Spence is not saying. David Avenesian and they
and
camp,
you know,
they filed a lawsuit. So something is up for them
as
to file a
as I
lawsuit.
addressed it earlier, you guys could try to say all this about what Bud, you know what I mean? Because Bud is publicly saying, you know what I mean, and it's publicly out there that he's with the snack. But I still haven't heard none of you guys come up with the reason why that man looked the way he looked, bro. And that's the crazy thing.
He
We ain't
might have smoked
questioning
that Mike
his
Tyson pack. Since you keep bringing that, bro, you keep bringing that up. He might have smoked that Mike Tyson pack. He might have.
because
He
you
might have
guys
popped the
don't know.
edible.
Nobody got a clear answer why that man looked. He might have. It's always a might have. No, let's question
Wait, say that
him.
again. Hold on,
Let's
band
question
up.
the side
Wait,
person that
you
looked
said,
glossy in the eyes. Let's question the
hold on.
real culprit that looked visually different.
All right, hold on. I got an answer. Somebody, somebody got to mute their phone. It's a feedback. You said nobody has an answer that what? Band up. That Spence. Why did Spence look like this?
Yes.
I do have an answer. Victor Conte gave it to us, and I actually published a video this morning, about 8 hours ago, from
Marty,
the from the
Marty.
from the in, hold up, Banda, from the interview. And right now, as I'm talking to you, that video is only about 9 minutes or so. That video is up almost 7,000 views. So Victor Conte told us why, Errol Spence, well, he said effed up, Errol Spence, effed up and everything because of him, working out and jogging and doing road work out there at that high altitude. That would the expert that know about the anatomy and the body, and that's what he said.
The wise scientist.
The
So let me ask you this, brother Marty.
Now that's not Crawford's
Now
fault,
they
though.
say that.
Now that don't have
No,
nothing to do
no,
with
that's
Bud.
now. That's
That
now.
don't have nothing to
I
do with
give you
him.
that. That's now. That's now. But everything Shahida said, I've pretty much heard him say before. You want to say that now, but nobody wanted to question it for all this time. That's the crazy thing. That's what I'm getting at. That's why
That's the lie,
fans
band
are so
up,
fed up.
band up. I got
Bro,
a
we
text,
been had questions,
band up.
bro. We
I've
just
been
ain't
done
got
said that a year prior. I got I can show it to you in the email. Listen, that I sent to my brethren a year ago when Spence, matter of fact, Spence questioned, and I'm gonna tell you who did the podcast. The brother from out of New York. I ain't gonna say his name. You know who I'm talking about. The brother from out of NY that got the podcast, man. I'm not gonna say his name on the podcast out of respect for my brethren.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He did the podcast because, put it this way, Earl Spence asked him why he switched up. You know who I'm talking about. He asked him, well, yo, why you switch up? He asked him to his face why he switched up. This brother did a podcast, he did a post up about Earl Spence tweeting saying, you would have known cheater? I got the link. I'll put it in the chat so you can see for yourself. I've been then called that a year prior before they even fought. I've been saying that. When I found out that Bud Crawford was with Victor Conte, I knew who Victor Conte was from a long time ago. I'm an athlete myself. My seeds is athletes. I come from a long bloodline of athletes. So I knew who Victor Conte was with the Marion Jones scandal. Because we run track and field in my bloodline. So when we found that out, Victor Conte connected to them, baseball, all them people, come on, man. Spence called that out a year prior before they even fought. So I've been saying that. So you can't put that off on me, brethren. I've been suspected about that when the brother put that up on his podcast a year prior. As soon as he put the tweet, you know what brother I'm talking about. The same one Spence questioned, like, yo, what happened to you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. I ain't gonna say his name out of respect for the hottest podcast in the world right now.
I'll say his name for you, Shaheed. Hey, Shaheed, I'll say his name for you since you you talking about the guy, Blue Blood Sports TV, right?
You said it, I didn't. Those are your words, not me.
Hey, he ain't gonna come over here and say nothing to me. They don't want to come talk to me, Shaheed. Why they don't want to come talk to Manager Marty? Huh?
Because Manager Marty go off of facts and not feelings. And that's the difference, because Manager Marty going to listen, what you did in a matter of how many months, bro? How many months did it take for you to pull the bill off? These brothers had podcasts for years in comparison to how long you've been on the internet. And look what you then did in a certain amount of time by speaking truth, because the truth will set you free.
Yes.
The truth is the only thing that changes knots. So when you change your actions like Bud Crawford, right, that shows and proves there's some chinks in your armor, because the truth is the only thing that changes not. And I only know one truth in boxing. That's Earl Spence, the one that made this happen. So let me ask you this, band up. Since we giving blood tests, shouldn't Earl Spencer got a blood test as well to be on even playing field since we got this bout? Shouldn't it be an evenly matched playing since we giving out blood tests?
Yeah, I 100% think it should be even. But I'm not gonna sit here and let everybody try to tell me Bud could be doing this or that without no proof.
Say that again, brethren.
I said yes, I think they should be on the even playing field, but I'm not gonna sit here and let nobody tell me because of who manages or runs a company that Bud could possibly be dirty. I'm not hearing that.
I never said he could possibly be dirty. I said he had an unfair advantage on my Cat Williams, shout out to my state native, you know what I'm saying, from Cat Williams from out of Cincinnati. I'm out of Columbus. Shout out to him. You know what I mean? He said it himself. An unfair advantage in comedy. But we know that Bud had an unfair advantage with a blood test. Why wasn't Earl Spence given a blood test to match where he was lacking from? That's an unfair advantage, bro. That's a team, that's a super team or a super squad trying to fight one man in the ring. You got a whole team trying to gang up against one man. That's like LeBron going up against a super team against that squad out there on the West Coast. They had to gang up against him to beat him. And that's what they did to Earl Spence in the boxing ring, bro.
As the
Golden State, by the way.
All right, listen. As the viewership is increasing exponentially, right? I have to say something because Greg Quarterbaum asked to come up, right? Now, I want to hear what I'm gonna ask the question for everybody. So first, Greg Quarterbaum, you can come up if you want. Absolutely. You know you come up anytime. D-Town, if you want to come up, y'all know y'all come up anytime. Now, 2 Cents Boxing says something that was funny, and I had to put it on the screen. She said the truth will get you 25% off. Use code Marty 25. And let me tell you, that's a live active promo code that Victor Conte promised me himself that it is activated on the Snack Program's website. Listen, the content creators that don't like me. Now, this is the thing about it. They don't have to like me, but they all got to respect me. You want to know why? And I know they didn't respect me before. And what I mean by respect me, I mean publicly. They respect me privately. We all know that. But I'm talking about before, the respect was different because they knew that I was being righteous in what I was saying. And I'm not talking about the Snack Program. I'm talking about everything I say on the channel when it comes to the business of boxing, right? So some people try to discredit me, which is perfectly fine. I love it. It's cool. But the thing is, what you can't take away from me is the hustle. Now, I got to use Tim Montgomery words now because the thing is, it was a good marketing strategy. You can't deny it. When I say the Snack Program works, with all due respect to the program, I'm still branding and promoting the product. And so if I can get a promo code out of it, whether it is used or not, you got to salute the business acumen that I have to market myself to do business. Listen, was I marketing? Absolutely. But at the same time, I'm raising awareness, you see, of what's going on that nobody else want to speak on. Why not? I mean, the thing about it is this. When I did the interview with Victor Conte, and I'm not going to go too deep in it because I want to ask y'all a question on the panel about this. When I did the interview with Conte, the viewership is increasing right now. And I know they're watching. Everybody's watching. When I did the interview with Victor Conte, right? One of my favorite movies is A Few Good Men. And I felt myself for the 2 hours that I interviewed Mr. Conte. I felt myself at different parts of the interview where the character of Jack Nicholson was Victor Conte. And the character of Tom Cruise was me, only because of the way that the dialogue was shaping into an entire conversation. And so the thing is, that's what made the interview more entertaining, more educational, and more interesting because it was organic. It was unscheduled, unexpected, unscripted. And both of our personalities, both of how we, talk in interviews and on camera, it showed itself. No, Victor Conte was the real Victor Conte that you see in other interviews. I was the real manager Marty that you see on here. But the thing is, everybody that's going to watch this interview is going to understand something that you didn't know before. You're going to learn something. You're going to be educated by about at least one thing that you didn't know about the sport of boxing. And what do I always tell everybody? Even if only one person is educated by content that I produce on this channel, I'm satisfied. Because there was no lane. That's where Shaheed was going with this earlier. There was no lane for what I do on YouTube before I got here. Because it's easy to read articles, pick up a phone, and record and give your opinion on a journalist's work. I'm not hating on no content creator. I'm just telling you that that's what was going on. But then I showed up, and people like Rachel Donaire showed up, who understand this business and how important it is to have education and knowledge of the business of boxing, especially representation. You already know how I feel about that and how passionate I am about that. You know, good representation in this business is priceless. So I wanted to create a lane where I can take the interviews that I did off of YSM Sports Media, and instead of just going on his platform, which we didn't even know when we was going to do interviews again, I was like, you know what? I can make this more of, you know, a concurrent theme. Instead of me gotta call him and say, hey, can I get an interview tomorrow? Can I get an interview tomorrow? Like all week, I'm like, hold up, maybe I should get a YouTube channel, because everybody's been telling me to do this for years privately, and then just educate people on it. So I was like, you know what? People have been telling me to podcast, but it had nothing to do with boxing. Let me be clear on this. Friends and family been telling me to do a podcast, but it had nothing to do with boxing. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna take those support systems and what they said about how I am and boxing, which is one of the things I'm very passionate about, put it together and then provide education for everybody so we all can be on the same page when fights happen. Why do fights happen? When do fights happen? And when they don't? Then everybody can be like, oh, I understand now. It's a business. And that's all I've done for an entire year. And I've garnered so much support by people on this panel, people in the chat, and even people that don't even like me, but they still watch me and they support, because guess what? They learned something. I can guarantee you that every content creator that do boxing on YouTube, I can almost assure you they know who I am on YouTube. And all of them, I don't care about what video, they all stopped past here one time, whether they was in the chat letting me know or whether they played the background and I just don't know. And the reason why I know that is because things I have said for an entire year that some of them did not say before I got here, they're starting to repeat it. And I am not just talking about snack. I'm talking about the business of boxing. And I'm glad. I don't care if they like me or not. I'm excited about it, because at the end of the day, everybody's being educated. It's not about me. I don't make this about me. I'm just happy and humble to just be here to have fun and educate the people. I don't care about it. If y'all don't send me another super chat, I'll be back here again. I want to come back tomorrow. Don't make me come back up here tomorrow. Y'all keep talking about the snack. I'll be here again tomorrow like I did last Saturday. But but my point is, I'll come up here and do this. I love what I do. And man, I'm passionate about this boxing stuff. That's why I go so hard when I speak. Y'all can tell what topics I'm real passionate about, and some I'm a little conservative about. And I make no apologies for it, because I've been around this game for a while, and I see our boxers get exploited, irregardless of their culture or race. It's not important. They get exploited a lot in this business. And I told y'all before, I'm all for the fighters making good money, because some of these fighters that you see on TV, some of them have day jobs every day. Some of them got to go clock in on Monday with a black eye. You understand? Because unlike guys like Rick Glaser, who believe that fighters are getting overpaid, they're not getting the fair market value of their compensation based on the services that they're rendering. Okay? And so that's why I'm passionate about representation. Because if they don't have representation, they're just like the music business and the entertainment business, period. They can be easily exploited. And they have been for decades, until people like myself, Rachel Donaire, and others who know this business and passionate about the fighters walk into that business meeting Walk into the negotiation room, things begin to change. I can assure you that is the truth. I can tell you right now that fighters that don't have representation, that learn the business as time progresses, they wish they had somebody. They wish they had somebody that know the business. I'm not talking about an entertainment lawyer that don't know the business. I'm talking about a person that knows this business and know how to communicate with promoters and use certain language to be able to get the fighters the compensation that they deserve based on the negotiation tactics. You know what I mean? Because everything, look, man, I told a promoter like this. I'm gonna give y'all an example so y'all don't think that I'm trying to be above myself and talk when I talk about other content creators. I want to be humble. Hear me out. One of the things that promoters learned about me when I was a rookie in this business is the fact that I don't agree with the language in most of the contract. And the first thing I don't agree with is the fact that when a fighter signs a contract, I'm just going to use 3 years as an example. If a fighter signs a contract for 3 years and the fighter's paid a minimum and a maximum guarantee, right? That means the minimum could be, I'm just using as an example, the minimum could be $5,000 per fight. Maximum could be $10,000 on an untelevised bout for let's say 8 rounds. I'm just using that as an example. If a fighter signs that contract, that means for 3 consecutive years, they're locked into that deal. It doesn't matter how much the promoter, gain other streams of revenue. They're locked into that deal. The biggest problem I had when communicating to promoters on behalf of the fighters that I represented was the fact that they did not want to include the cost of living. See, because I'm thinking past next year. In other words, if we sign this deal and the promoter saying we're gonna pay you $5,000, I'm just using this as an example now, $5,000. That's not just for this year. That $5,000 this year, $5,000 all the second year, $5,000 in the third year. And I'm talking about for at least a minimum of 4 fights now per year. What you're not including, which is the problem that I have and I keep bringing up is, the cost of eggs is going to increase next year. The cost of fuel is going to increase next year. Do you know the cost of interest is going to increase in 2 years? So why would I sit here and let my fighter be locked into a deal where he or she is not going to get the monies that they should be compensated without taking too many losses up front? See, some of y'all might not know this. I'm a certified tax practitioner. So I'm going into the business meeting with that in my mind because my fighter's an independent contractor. And independent contractors, if you know what I know, they get taxed at a higher rate because they are the business and the business is them. I can teach y'all about that later. My point is that the fighter's already losing money the second that he or she signed on this contract. Where they do business at like that? You supposed to feel like you gaining money when you signing the contract. You supposed to feel like you gaining money when you going out there performing a duty or at work. Everybody want to work and get paid now. So my job is to make sure that when we negotiate, that language is modified. And that's what I do in the business. Now I'm gonna keep it 100. When I first started in this business and I was rough around the edges, I was always professional, but I wasn't always accepted because I come in the room and say, look, I ain't with all the Hollywood. Let's do lunch. I ain't with the fake stuff. Let's get down to the real. I'm not letting nobody screw the fighter. So let's do good business. Now, I'm not saying you ain't supposed to make no money, but let's do good business. I'm only into every promoter that did business with me will tell you. My famous classic line is, I'm only interested in doing good business. This is one whole pizza, and everybody at this table should be able to take a slice of this pizza and eat. But I'll tell you one thing. There's one person at this table that better make sure they eat bigger slices than everybody else. And that's the fighter. That's just my philosophy. It might not work for some people. Some people might say, I don't need no representation. I just go in there and talk to the big wigs myself. Okay, go ahead. Talk to the big wigs yourself. I don't need no representation. I was on the phone with Al Hammond myself. Okay, go ahead. Let me ask you a question. Did you close the deal out? Oh, you didn't close the deal. Oh, you ran over to go talk to BLK Prime and David F. Oh, but you didn't have the representation because you talking to somebody else's representation on the phone. Okay, well, close the deal out and show me what you're gonna do. You did all of that just to go sign with him in the first place. You see, band up, if they would have listened to me in the first place. That's all. See, they listen, they can discredit me on YouTube all they want. I know the business. That's why Terrence Crawford did. Hey, Shaheed. Terrence Crawford did everything I told him he had to do and got the deal done. I don't know what they talking about.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you on that.
That's facts.
That means he was listening. That means he was listening to you, or had somebody listening to you when you were talking about that. I remember before he even closed out the deal, you had been talking about that when you gave him the advice, and then all of a sudden he closed the deal after you said what you said. Am I correct?
That's correct. No doubt about it. And here's the great thing about it. I ain't trying to take credit because I know people was throwing shots. Oh, you just want to be... Man, I don't care about none of that, man. Man, I love what I do. But what I'm saying is, even if he sent somebody to listen or they sent them something, it don't matter. We all got the fight we wanted to see. What difference do it make? I don't need to take no credit. But the great thing about it is that the man not only went and got representation. That's what I told him to do. What's the second thing I told him to do? Sign a multi-fight deal to secure more money for your family after this fight with PBC and Al. The second thing, that what he did. And then the third thing, which I did not advise him to do, but he did a great job doing it. He went back and made every Terrence Crawford fan that was criticizing me, every content creator that was criticizing me, he made them eat their words. Because people got on this panel, comment section and on their own channels, talking about, man, Jamar know what he's talking about. Terrence Crawford need a guarantee. And guess what happened when Crawford did the first two things I told him to do through YouTube? He went over there on interviews after he fought Spence, and he said, wait a minute, y'all. I had it all wrong. Yeah. No, guarantee is not where it's at now. I learned about that backing money. He talked about that. What else he talk about? Man, I had it all wrong. I was talking about 25 million apiece with the hedge fund. I learned that didn't even make any sense. See, he learned these things. But when I was saying it before him, I was getting crucified on YouTube. But the great thing about it is I'm so humble, I don't need to take credit. The thing is that Terrence Crawford was educated about the business of boxing. That's all I care about. It's just very simple. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. You got to give credit where it is due. When Coach Malachi, and I only heard 5 minutes of it, I'm going to keep it real with y'all. I ain't listened to his whole content. But my homie sent me the 5 minutes because he said Victor Conte called the guy. Okay? Now, the thing is, he tried to act like he ain't know Victor. Oh, yeah, I heard about you. I know about you, Victor Conte. Yeah, I don't know too much about Snack. Everybody knows who Snack is. If you didn't know about Snack before July 29th, all you had to do is listen to me. Everybody learned that. Hey, Shaheed, everybody learned about Snack then. So all I'm saying is give credit where it is due. Victor Conte came here. He gave us 2 hours of his time that he gracefully invested and donated, and he gave us a wealth of information. And with that being said, everybody that became a member tonight is the reason why I'm going, and this is for all the new viewers that just came in. I said this in the beginning of the broadcast, and I'm going to repeat myself. If you are a member of this channel, and it's not too late now, we about to get off soon, but we're gonna save it for you, because if you want to be a member of this channel, it's not too late. If you are a member of this channel, I don't care what tier you could be at the lowest tier, which is the blue corner. If you are a member of this channel, as surely as I'm sitting in this chair talking to you, as soon as this broadcast goes off, I'm going to literally send you the unedited version, the exclusive interview that I did with Victor Conte just the day before yesterday. Y'all going to get that. You a member of the channel. That's what you're going to get. So it's not too late. If you want to be a member, join. See, I got to add value when you participate. You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's valuable. And Shahid watched it. I think Band Up was here too. He was, people in the chat, they were here and they watched that interview. It, man, listen, wealth of information. I recommend everybody, if you can watch that interview, even if you got to get up and go do something and come right back, please watch the whole interview in its entirety. Even if you have to, do it in different increments, please just watch the entire, interview. And the reason why I'm telling you to watch the entire one is because I want to leave this segment of this part with just this. And I want y'all to help me. That's why I'm about to ask y'all the question. I give y'all what y'all asked for. That's the part of y'all being members of the Roller Tape Film Crew. And just watch me. I'm going to give y'all what you asked for. My position is that when all of us, I'm gonna send it out to the members today now. I'm gonna send the full interview out to just the members tonight. However, I haven't decided what date yet. I could wait till Black History Month. I don't know. But eventually, soon, I am going to basically publicize the entire interview at a later date. I want the members to get that blessing first, right? But when I put it out there and everybody watches it, right, I want all of us to come back on the channel because I'm going to do an entire recap of what you all think of the interview and the things that were said by myself, Mr. Victor Conte, the educational things. What did you learn from it? Give us some feedback. You know what I mean? On the panel, in the chat, and live. I want to do a whole segment, and that's all we're going to deal with. And I want to do it so I want to hear you all. Because my thing is, I want to think of ways in 2024 how I can improve the content by bringing in certain people to educate you all, the experts. I'm not an expert at everything, but the experts. That's why I had referees come up here, timekeepers, judges, people that's in the field of play, which is we call in boxing, right? Hand wrap specialists, strength and conditioning coach, professional trainer. I had a professional manager. Of course, Rachel Donier is one. I had a professional promoter, strength and conditioning coaches. So I keep trying to make sure I have different people that represent the business side to educate the fighters and you all. And I think this will be a great idea for all of us to get the education. But I want to hear your feedback. So we're going to do an entire segment on what you all, learned and what you got out of the entire interview. And then we'll move forward. Because like I told the people that was here earlier, and I'm going to tell y'all now, just so y'all know, I want us all to be on the same page here. The interview was not the ending. It's only the beginning. Let me repeat myself for the people in the back and my critics. The interview that I conducted with Victor Conte, it is not the ending. It is only beginning, just starting. And so with that being said, it starts with the interview. And I want to hear your feedback. I want to know what you learned, what you think about it, what's your assessment of everything, and then we're going to move forward. That was the question I was going to ask y'all. Hold on one second. Let me get these super chats. I don't want to keep talking and then I see it and I don't do my job. You know what I mean? Hold on for 1 second. Lifeline Music, double salute to you. I seen your super chat earlier. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Lifeline Music says, Manager Marty, Mr. Greg is asking to come on the panel. And that's what made me say yes, Mr. Greg. No, absolutely. You can come on the panel anytime, Mr. Greg. Yes. My God, double salute to him. Again, Mr. Aaron Muhammad, who was just on the panel. Thank you, Aaron, for your contribution and your support. Aaron is a member of the channel, which made him be promoted as a supervisor of the Roll the Tape Film Crew, and he's one of my day oneers. Aaron was with me from day one on YouTube, man. Thanks again, Aaron. Aaron says, Manager Marty, I'm wondering if anyone else asked themselves, why did Victor say he was the one that helped Bud enroll in VADA testing? I am concerned. Uh, Aaron, I don't know if you were here earlier when I said this, but between last night and today, I actually went back and finally looked at the interview that I've conducted with Mr. Victor Conte in its entirety. And, it took me at least 24 to 48 hours to actually process everything because it was a lot of information, and I didn't write anything down. I mean, we didn't expect him to be here. He gave a lot of examples of different things. He said a lot. I stuck to the program. I wasn't deterred by nothing that he said, but at the same time, it was just a lot of information. So I wanted to make sure I processed everything properly, and then I was going to come and give my assessment, which is what I'm going to do in the segment when we all come back on that particular topic at a later date. And I wanted to say all of that. I did hear him speak on that. Absolutely. And I do have a comment that I wanted to render about that. But I am going to reserve all of my comments about the interview until we come back on here. And I don't have a date just yet, but we are going to come back on here because I want to make sure everybody get a chance to watch the interview. The members, of course, they're gonna get the first fruits on that, as I mentioned earlier. Then I'm going to actually publicize it so everybody can watch at a later date, and then we all gonna come back. It could be next week. Hey Shahid, you know me. I'm the type of guy. I hit y'all up Sunday morning like, yo, it's New Year's Eve. I'm sending everybody an interview. Catch me tomorrow on Monday, and let's talk about it. See what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? It don't have to be next week. Hey, I give the people what they want. So that's why I'm asking y'all. Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me in the chat. You know what I mean? I'm going to give the members that. Y'all already know that. I'm giving them that today. All right. But y'all tell me what day y'all want to see it. I'll publicize it whenever day y'all say. And guess what? We gonna come right back here and everybody gonna give their assessment and tell everybody what they learned from it. You know what I mean? Because that's what it's all about, education. You know what I mean? But we're gonna deal with that, Mr. Aaron Muhammad. You know what I mean? Well, Aaron said he's concerned. And hopefully we can address your concerns when you come back after watching the full interview. Double salute again to my guy, Supreme L. Thank you for always supporting the channel, always donating your time, always sending them super chats in to help grow the channel. Supreme L, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Peace, Professor Marty. Roll the tape, film family, Shahid. I don't want to mispronounce that, Shahid, so I'm just going to say Shahid. I don't know how to pronounce it. Shahid Islam, Professor Marty, keep growing, and I love being a part of YouTube history you made. Supreme L, salute to you, my brother. Thank you. And I do believe I made YouTube history, and I could not have done it without you all. Promise you that. I ain't do all this by myself. I did not do all this by myself. I humbled myself. The Roller Tape Film crew members, y'all stood up tall with unwavering support in the chat, in the comments section, on the panels. When y'all first heard me saying the snack program works and all the theatricals I was putting together, y'all still was like standing right here with me. Even through the criticism from other people, y'all stood right here. So, we all made history together. And I share that with all of y'all. Yeah, we all made YouTube history. Believe that. Because look, if I'm the only one saying it and nobody else will support me, it has limited impact. But because I had the Roller Tape Film crew members, I mean thousands of you all that was, defending me, saying the same thing I was saying, going on other people's channels and panels and saying the same thing. Oh, it had an impact. You know what I mean? Trust and believe. Shahid even know this. If nobody was listening, nobody would even care about it. If my voice was not as loud as it is, and I'm talking about the voice that I use, I'm not even talking about the tone. I'm not even talking about the volume of my voice when I say the word loud. If my voice wasn't loud on YouTube, nobody would care. Nobody would be listening to it. Don't matter how many subscribers I have, my voice is loud. Now that's something that I had to learn how to embrace. But the bottom line is it's loud enough for the right people to be educated, but also to push some buttons so some change can actually come. For real change. No hanky pank fake stuff, real change. Because we do need some changes that need to happen in the sport of boxing and the business of boxing as well. Double salute, Many Face Publishing. Thank you for your contribution as always and your support to the channel as always, Many Face Publishing. Many Face Publishing says they didn't speak on it because they don't have that type of knowledge and insight. Guys talk like they on the inside. Pause, but just here to entertain and make money. I would have to agree. I would have to agree, Manyface. Totally agree. Absolutely. Okay, I got you, Shahid. I seen that. Got you. Who else? What else we got in here? Lenovo. He said, am I part of the Snack Nation? Well, I was just wearing the shirt. Somebody told me to drop the link. I did. I thought I dropped the link. Not drop. I thought the link was pinned to. Oh, stop it. The link not. Come on, y'all. The link not pinned to the top of the chat. I thought all this time the link was pinned to the top. Hold up, you see something? Dang, my fault, Mr. Greg, and my man from Omaha wanted to get on too. I did not know that, y'all. Hold up, man. Shahid, when you got on, was it pinned to the top, or you just clicked right on in the beginning?
Yeah, it was in when you was doing the shout outs.
Dang. I know I pinned it to the top.
You did pin it to the top.
What?
They messing with your channel, bro. They go.
What?
It's like I don't be getting your notices when you come. When I'm subscribed to the channel, I don't get you. I have to literally log in and type your name in, and I'm subscribed. I don't get your notices.
I'm trying to pin it to the top because you got to like tap it and then it'll come up with the options. Here it goes. See, I did this the first time. Pinned it to the top. All right, hold on. Hold up. All right, we got everybody up here. All right, hold up. We got my man Gregory Quarterbomb up here.
Hey, Shahid, peace to you.
We got
Peace, brother Gregory. How are you, sir?
Right, 2 cents.
Good to see you again.
Yes.
I hit you on Facebook. You ain't respond, brethren.
I'm sorry. Did you go to the right page?
Yeah, the one with no face.
Okay, I'll look on because I hadn't been on it.
Okay.
So I'll go look on. I'll respond to you for sure.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Omaha. Oh, my man, there you go. Yeah, Omaha here, Omaha.
What's going on, Omaha?
What's going on, brothers?
Yes.
And my man.
Hey, Marty.
Brooklyn. What's going on, guys? How everybody doing? And ladies.
What's good, bro? What's good?
All right.
Hey, Marty, I was trying to let you know in the chat, somebody stole the audio of the interview and they run the story right now.
Somebody did what?
Somebody stole the audio of the interview from yesterday.
Did they?
They just got the audio. So they're not showing the actual interview, they showing the audio and run the story.
All right, let's do this. This is how I work. When somebody tell me somebody said or did something, right? This is not a knock on you, but this is just how I am personally. When I hear somebody say somebody said or he said or she said or they, I actually make them tell me who they is. So if you want, you can tell me live who they is so we can go find out what they
no problem. Boxing ego.
Okay.
There it is.
Wow.
He got
Told
about
you,
3,000.
told you,
He got
Marty. Wow.
he got about three. I don't like it. I put in his chat. Salute to Madrim. I put it in his chat. Your name, but people always do that. People always do that.
Yeah. What it was live?
No, he probably ran this probably about an hour ago.
Was it a live version?
Yeah, I just know the interview because I was here yesterday.
Well,
Yeah.
sometimes you could just say that's good journalism if it's a great source and it's from what the person said.
No,
Sometimes,
my thing is he's saying it's coming from Terrence Crawford camp, and it didn't. I was here. I was here.
oh,
It
then
came from here.
that's wrong.
Yeah,
If
that's
that's what's
wrong.
going on,
That's
that's
straight
wrong.
up wrong.
But I've been on other people's lives and stuff like that, and uh, dudes have taken content from a lot of other dudes, which is if everyone's creating good content here and there, and it's a solid interview, you feel what I'm saying? You could cook on it. I
Well,
don't see where there's nothing too wrong with that.
well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to listen to it myself. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Now, I know that AM Sports Media, they I don't think they replayed the audio, but what they did was they gave a reaction to the video that I posted today.
Yeah,
And the video I posted today was just a clip of what Victor Conte said regarding Errol Spence and why he supposedly, his words not mine, effed up, and the mistake that he made in the training of fighting Terrence Crawford, right? So they spoke on it. They didn't replay anything. Now here's the thing: I put that segment out earlier today. Now, if Boxing Ego, if that's why I'm gonna listen to it first before I rush to judgment. If he replays what Victor said on this channel based on a video I put up. Now I know for a fact that nobody has access to the entire live. I can guarantee you all that. So if he played a segment of that video I put out earlier today, the only recommendation I would have for him to do is just to say that the content came from Manager Marty. Because when I roll the tape on people, I don't just say, oh, this what you said or this what this person say. If I have the evidence of where it came from, I still must include February 2011, you was on an interview with such and such, right? This is what was said. So if I'm not going to acknowledge the author of it, then I shouldn't equally use it. But I'm going to listen to it myself because he might have just ran the audio of what I played earlier, or not played, but what I put out there earlier, because it has a lot of hits on here. So I don't know, but I appreciate quick Omaha quick. I appreciate you sharing that with me because I would have never known. I don't listen to the other content creators, so I don't know him. I don't know him. But I don't think I've ever heard his content before. I've heard his name around, so I know he is a large channel. But I don't frequent these guys, so I don't know him. But I'm gonna go in there and see and hear from myself and see what he's saying. I don't know if he means Terrence Crawford's camp because, of course, we know Victor Conte, I guess, is a part of Terrence Crawford's camp. I don't know, but I'm gonna check it out myself. Absolutely.
Well,
I
definitely
appreciate it.
you should check it out because I told you last year, remember, everybody was going to stop copying you. I even sent you emails telling you who was trying to take your stuff. So again, I say imitation is the greatest form of flattery. But if I get a chance to, I want to once again give credit to 2 Cents Boxing because it was last year that just after the fight, I should say this year, that she was the first that I recall who made mention of what Terrence Earl Spence did regarding the running. And
Yep.
to me, we didn't really explore that as far as we should have, in my opinion, because that is a very plausible reason to me of what could have been still wrong with Earl coming into the fight, because that was just a week after when they come to Vegas, all the training they should be ready at that point. But Earl's going to still run. So yes, I think that was damaging now that we know for sure. I mean, I believe Toussaint when she said it, but I didn't give it a whole lot of thought other than, well, that was crazy, but nothing more. But now that we've heard some conversation about what actually it could do to you, what problems it could cause for you, that gives credence to us to say, we got somebody already. And I'd already asked her about, did she do research as a living? Because I knew that she does her research, her homework. So I think she deserves credit for really putting it out there, and we should pay little more attention when little jewels get dropped, because we could use that, because that could have furthered the conversation prior to we talking to Victor, I think. So I want to say that to Toussaint, and I'm sure you probably have said it already. My great brother Saeed, of course, I don't agree with him on terms of Terrence Crawford. But let me say this on a couple of things. In the same way that Terrence went to the snack program to get a little bit of an edge, if you will, Spence was doing the same thing by trying to run to get him an edge. You see, he wasn't just running because each fighter has to do things psychologically and physically to get an edge. You could have great talents, but somebody got to show you how to use those talents. You got to improve in what they show you. As you get a little bit older, you got to learn to do different things. Your body is going to change no matter what great talent you have, particularly if it's in combat sports. So I could see at 20, and I'm 30 or 35, there's some things that has taken place biologically that's probably a problem for me. The foods that I'm eating, my body probably isn't conditioned properly, or just not in the kind of DNA where I'm extracting enough from certain foods that I need. So I can see the need for supplements. I get the huge suspicion of Victor Conte. That's a permanent thing there. So we're not arguing that. The fact that he was there, and all the other fighters, as Victor said, they are willing to take the stigma because some money and sponsorship. Now, I don't know what he's paying them, but I understand, as we all do, as who has been an athlete or has been in any kind of thing where they need sponsors, what sponsorships can do. A lot of fighters have sponsorships when they're beginning, local businessman, they got the logo on the trunks or something like that. And I think some of the commissions have limited that now over the last couple of years. You remember Bernard Hopkins had the gambling logo on his back when he fought, I think it was Trinidad, I believe. But nevertheless, so you got to have edges. I get why he went to the snack program if Victor was there. I also now fully understand, hey, I've criticized Terrence, and I'm a Terrence Crawford fan. I also look at this too. Terrence has been demonized for all the moves that he's made that has been failures leading up to the fight. I've said Terrence didn't know what he was doing, and he didn't. And that led to some of the issues in this fight. BLK, Terrence didn't find BLK. They found him. And in the course of those negotiations, what BLK was saying sounded easier. If they offered a guarantee, he's coming from a history of just getting guarantees, and he's already admitted now, I didn't know that guarantee wasn't the way, but that's not what he knew at the time. He had to learn that, because sometimes we have to pay our price and get our experience from pain. And he don't cut a lot of pain and a lot of criticism, and he's still getting it, and sometimes rightfully so. The situation where with the blood test, Terrence got a team, but Spence has a team too. And part of Spence's team is actually PBC, who was in charge of this promotion. The question has to be asked, Why didn't Spence team and PBC do some of the same things for Spence? I mean, Terrence came prepared. He did all the things we demonized him for. He studied for a lot of years on Spence. He realized I got to get a little bit bigger. He went to the snack program. He went to M&A. So he did those things that I really think if Spence had done that, we would have been applauding him. Now we got to recognize Spence is beloved much more than Terrence is. I would say Terrence is not beloved by none of the Spence fans, to be quite honest. So anything that he does, that Terrence does, that puts Spence at a disadvantage, Spence fans are going to demonize him. I don't think you can win a fight with busted gloves, period, unless you put in cement in them or brass knuckles or something of that nature. But I understand why you would be, anybody would be, with the gloves are busted. Just because they are busted, you're wondering, well, what kind of advantage could that have given him? We can explore that further, and we can debate that further as well. But I don't think the lawsuit that David Avenesian is filing, I'm pretty certain, and maybe I'm wrong, that it's going to get thrown out of court. Because the way it usually works, if there's some damage to the shoes or the gloves, it's supposed, depending on where you are, they'll stop, they'll do examination, they'll make a determination for that round, which what happened in the David Avenesian fight, if I'm correct. And the commission or the ref or whomever looked at it said, go ahead, continue. And right after they continue, David Avenesian gets knocked out. So we question, we've never seen Terrence Crawford. I've never seen Terrence Crawford either knock somebody out with one punch. But how many punches was David Avenesian getting prior to that? See, we got to look at, like, we're going to look at the one punch.
Not very many.
Doesn't matter. It could have been 3. But we have to look at the punches that came before that too. Did it soften him up enough for one punch to do him in? I mean, if we go look at it, let's really just look at all the punches and see what kind of condition for real was David Avenesian in the first place. Now, we don't like the fact that he fought David Avenesian. I'm all for that one. But he wasn't going to get Boots. We can say he could have went over to get Boots, but Boots wasn't coming over to BLK, and Showtime certainly wasn't going to cross PBC after Terrence had already walked away from them just months earlier and say, well, come on and fight our guy Boots. They wasn't going to do that to PBC, so we can stop the people who saying it, he could have took Boots. No, that wasn't going to happen. And we already know that Spence wasn't going anywhere near PBC. So those are the things that we have to look at and what Terrence did. He did what he thought was in his best interest. Now, it wasn't in our best interest because we wanted to see that Spence fight when we wanted to see it. Now, one of the things I said earlier, much earlier too, from what I had been told, I don't know if it's true, but it was supposed to, the original negotiation was supposed to have been a 3-fight deal. And one of those persons that was in that 3-fight deal was Keith Thurman. So my thinking, knowing how some things happen, don't mean it was going to happen that way, that Keith Thurman was going to be the first fight for Terrence, followed by the big fight with Earl Spence and possibly the rematch if there was going to be. And there probably was going to be a rematch, like we're still waiting for that now. So even if they had signed, I believe we would have been watching Terrence and Keith Thurman first before we saw Terrence and Spence first. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not, but it's a 3-fight deal. We don't know how it was going to shuffle up. So Terrence, not knowing what he was doing, looking for the guarantee. I don't know how he ran into the other guy. I guess we can say his name since Marty doesn't say it, Blue Blood. Whether they met in the store or not, I have no idea. But the fact of the matter is,
You talking about the 7-Eleven?
Yeah, 7-Eleven. Yeah.
They didn't take a picture together?
Apparently not.
There's no audio on it?
I haven't seen it. So, but I will say I'm pretty certain Terrence ain't know nothing about BOK Prime. And BOK Prime was trying to do this much, I do know, on a smaller scale, what Showtime was trying to do with that YouTube guy, him and his brother, the fighter that Mayweather fought first. What's his name?
Jake Paul.
Yeah, Jake Paul. Because what Showtime was trying to do, actually Steven Espinoza, they were trying to generate more subscribers, and they thought by getting Jake Paul and those kind of fighters, those kind of fights, that it would increase their subscription. It still didn't work for them, and if a BLK had been smart, they would have watched to see what Showtime's results were first, and we see what Showtime did. They out of boxing. BLK, whatever money they paid Terrence, I don't know how much it is, and I really don't care. We can debate that too. It did some damage to their bottom line, regardless of whether the fight sold enough, whether they had enough money. It did some damage. Terrence got a guaranteed piece of money from that, from whatever it was. And then Terrence had to recognize that he was a Ronin. And I know you know what that means, but for those who don't watch Japanese movies and so forth, those are the samurais who are executors or they're fighters who don't have a master to serve. Terrence had a belt, fighting skills, but he had to finally learn he's not a promoter. He cannot finance any fight. So he had to start talking again if he wanted to get those last couple of paydays that was going to be maybe available to him. So he had to keep talking again. But now he's also had to learn the hard way. It made us angry because we had to watch him go through that learning process while we're angry at him for how he was moving. So they made the fight, but it was Spence who had the one power that fighters have, and that is they can refuse any fight that they don't want to take. Spence had made it clear, I'm not fighting anybody else until I fight Terrence. That was the catalyst for what PBC had to deal with Terrence to make that fight, because they did not want Terrence anymore. And that was pretty clear. You know, walked away from us and took this fight over here. We're done with you. But Spence said, nope, I'm not doing nothing else. And that is why the fight happened. So I can acknowledge that as well. If Spence had said, okay, let me fight Thurman and move on, I don't know where we would have seen Terrence at. If you've gone over to Oscar, who's over there? I don't know who's over there, but it's not anybody that we're going to be really wanting. We wanted to see Spence and Crawford and nothing else. We didn't want to see nobody else. And it was because of Spence's insistence, I would say, that this fight is the only fight he's taking before he does anything else, that we actually saw the fight. And yes, Terrence was under the impression that he was bigger than he really was in terms of the marketability, but he also knew, regardless of what anybody felt, that to be undisputed for either one of them, they had to see each other. And they were still was the right time for them to see each other. Whether we say what happened 5 years ago, all of that was business. Whoever has the gold will make the rules ultimately. And that's what it really comes down to. We can say why he did this, why didn't he do that? Al Heyman has to make the fight. He has to say, okay, we're gonna finance this. We can blame Terrence for everything we want to, but if the fight isn't going to be financed, the fight's not going to happen. I don't care who it is, how big you are. I think the only person who has a little more leverage, a little more power is Canelo, but he had to earn that. He didn't get that right away. He's sort of still seen as the money maker, the face of boxing. But Tank coming up, Tank did something similar too. He forced them to let's make this fight with Ryan, because they wasn't trying to do that right away because PBC and Oscar, which means Heyman and Oscar, aren't on the greatest of terms. But sometimes you have to serve your client. And I think that's what happened there. But remember, Ryan didn't get a fight in between, but Ryan did. I'm sorry, Ryan didn't get a fight in between, but Tank did. So you do what you're supposed to do for your client. And I think they did what they were supposed to do, whether it was Showtime and Mayweather or whether Heyman had some part of it. Regardless, to me, they're all.
Al Heyman can't have a part of any of that because he's an advisor. If he took the role of a promoter, more than likely he could have been held accountable for. Let me just land this plane real fast.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on for one second. I gotta clarify something before we go on this. There's two things I need to. Well, three. No, I ain't gonna worry about it. Just two.
Okay.
Number one, let me clarify something. I do accept everybody's comments about the interview that I did with Victor. However, I'm just asking, do not go ham tonight. Don't go all in.
All right.
because you know why? I want to give everybody an opportunity to see it and hear it first. And I want all of us to have the opportunity to have already seen it before we come and do an entire segment on what we heard, what we saw from me and Victor. Because I don't want to put it out there for now for people to give their assessment and even me to give my assessment when some people didn't even get the opportunity to even see it. Because it was live, it was unexpected, it was unscheduled.
Yeah, I saw it.
I know, but I'm just saying some people didn't.
Yeah.
And I also want to give the members of my channel an opportunity to hear it and see it first, whether they saw it or not. It's replay worthy anyway. So, because you ain't gonna get everything in one sitting, but if you can, that's great. But my point is, I want to be a blessing to the members of this channel first, to be able to honor them, get them the opportunity tonight, because we're not gonna stay on here too long. But as soon as this go off, I'm gonna send it right out to them so that all the members of the channel can see it first, and then at a later time, I don't know exactly what day yet I'm gonna do it, but I am going to make sure that we put it together where we do an entire segment on it. I'm going to send it out publicly so everybody can see the interview in its entirety. But I wanted to clarify the second thing. Excuse me. While I had my camera and microphone off, I went on Boxing Ego's channel, and I wanted to play it because I didn't want to say it without any evidence. That's why one thing I do, and Mr. Greg noticed, I always say this, I don't go by hearsay. When someone tells me something, I don't automatically believe it until I go back and conduct the research and do the homework first before I render a verdict. And that's why I said I did not want to rush to judgment before physically hearing some parts of Boxing Ego's video first, even though I was told he played the audio. So I'm going to then play what he said so that all of us can be on the same page. All right. And I think it's fair to Boxing Ego. All right.
Just gave you a clue. Okay. Wow. He did something not so smart, in my opinion. It's all my opinion. Not to take away from Terrence, because Terrence is a great fighter. He's always been a great fighter. He was number one pound for pound before that fight. He continues to be number one afterwards. So I'm just here to be a true speaker. Yeah, got it. And hopefully this helps the fans kind of understand what the fuck happened to Earl Spence.
What up, Fight World? It's your boy Ego, and I'm back with some more boxing. So that was manager Marty. He did an interview with Snack founder Victor Conte.
That's clear enough to me.
Okay. Well, he was
so double salute to Boxing Ego for having integrity and broadcasting. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Boxing Ego. And on top of that, I want to say this. And on top of that, I want to clarify this too. That was not the full live. No one has access to that, but the people that have access to that. But that was the video I published earlier this morning. When I put that out there for what Victor Conte said about Spence. Remember, I said AM Sports Media, they did a reaction video as well. So that wasn't the live, whole interview. You know what I mean? That was just that video that I published. It's on my channel now. The little 9-minute video where I was talking to Victor Conte, and then he brought up Errol Spence. So I wanted to clarify that so I can clear his name, so that somebody might have jumped off this live by the time I just played that, and they might go back and say, "Oh man, Jamarty said," and that's how drama unfold, and it's unnecessary. That's why I said I don't want to rush the judgment. Let me hear it myself and make sure I do my research. And then I just did, and he said my name. And let me see something about his channel. He got 332,000 subscribers. That video that he published 2 hours ago got about 5,500 views. So just him saying my name alone, that's enough for me. But like I said before, they all know who I am. It's all good. Everybody know who I am now.
Well, I told you, they know who you are because they know you're authentic. And
Oh,
you've
yeah.
been stamped by every boxing podcaster that's out there right now. You've been
Fact.
stamped.
But
That's just a fact.
I didn't know. I didn't listen to the whole interview. I just heard a snippet, and I came back on here.
I appreciate you, Quick, because if you would not have told me, I would have never known any of that at all. I would not have known.
Yeah, I've been listening to you long enough. I know how you work. I knew you was gonna do your homework and listen to yourself before you before you come to conclusion or the answer that you're gonna come with. I knew that. I just heard a snippet up. I said, let me go ahead and tell Magic Mark what's going on over here.
Yeah, because some people that heard that him playing that, they probably didn't hear that from over here. I mean, he said my name, but they might not even know that happened like recently, like literally the other day.
And that little snippet he got, that ain't nothing to compare what he was saying and what we learned. Right now, I am still baffled for all the stuff he was saying that I didn't know, didn't have a clue of knowing, and wouldn't have known if I wouldn't have been here.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell all of your new subscribers, new listeners, I'll stay away from saying anything, so don't spoil it for them. It is well worth you sitting down and listening and hearing all that has to be said. If you've been on the arguments about Victor Conte and the snack program and Spence and Crawford and so forth, listen to this content that Manager Marty has. It was not staged. It was organic. Victor Conte, like a whole lot of other people, be in the contents or chat, seeing what's going on. And he said that he had been there. So this is not something that I'm making up because I favor Marty or some of the other content creators the two others actually that I go on, which is 2 Cent and Ross. Those are the only three. I mean, I'm actually on. But I would say go on it. It's well worth learning something. It will add to your argument if you're still going to do the argument and debate with Spence Crawford. It will add to it because now you got a little more information to integrate into what information or whatever thoughts you might have. It may not change anything. It may show up some things, but certainly just the one thing about the running, you got to examine it. And is 2 Cent still there? Yeah. I'm here. Okay, you have to talk to her about that because she brought it up. None of us brought that up. She was the only one that brought that up. So this is the kind of stuff that happens over here. First of all, if you knew, you got knowledgeable.
That would still be Errol's fault, though.
No. Hold on, Brooklyn. Hold on, Brooke. Hold on.
Let me talk about fault. I'm saying you have people like 2 Cent. You got all age groups here. I'm an older guy. You got middle-aged guys. You got younger people. But they all love boxing. They all find information. Some work harder or smarter to get information and then come back and share it. So this is the thing that you should come to this channel for. Now, if you want to argue and fight, there's some other channels you can do that. You can have fun doing that too. But if you want something that's a little more cerebral, a little more educational, where you're gonna learn some things, you're gonna have guys who are gonna tell you about their how the body works. You're gonna have guys who are gonna tell you how fights work, who've been in the fight game, who used to be in the fight game, or older persons like myself who wasn't professional, but I fought as an amateur a little bit. That was a long time ago, but nevertheless, I watch boxing like everybody else, and this is just a channel that's well worth watching. And you meet people who, like I said, you might get a chance to talk to them. Like I'll probably get a chance to talk to Mr. Saeed later on, somewhere else. But it's a lot of guys that I'm finding that's right here where I live at who comes on this channel. Supreme, I think it's Joseph Swab comes on. So You'll find your own friends may show up here. I got some friends who probably in the chat, but haven't tried to come on to share what they know. But this is why you should come to this show. So I'm not going to talk about the snack program because I ain't going to spoil it for somebody.
Yeah,
but
no.
let me get
All
back to
reserved.
Mr. Saeed, though.
Yeah. Please reserve all of those big comments because, like I said, we're going to do an entire segment.
You hear me, that
I'm talking
charger?
about, I'm going to dedicate the entire segment for you all to come on the panel, share what your assessment is on my interview I did with Victor Conte, the things I said, the things he said, the things you've learned. We're going to do an entire segment, but I want to make sure the members of the channel get the exclusive content first. And then I am going to publicize it so everybody all over, the YouTube boxing community, can hear it. And I know that if you think that little snippet that Boxing Ego played, which he gave me credit for, did something, you watch when I put the entire interview out, and everybody's going to have a reaction video about it.
Yeah,
and so
a whole lot of them going to come out.
That's going to make the channel grow, and it's also going to open the eyes of everybody to be educated. And that's my only objective here. So it works both ways. It's all good. I got you, Mr. Greg. Let me get these 2 super chats.
Sure.
Because Many Face Publishing been waiting. Double salute, Many Face Publishing. Thank you for your support and your contribution, Many Face. Many Face says they didn't speak on it because they don't have that type of knowledge and insight. Guys talk like they on the inside, pause, but just here to entertain and make money. I think I read that one already, but it's cool. I'll read it again for my guy. Yeah. And again, Many Face Publishing says, I just listened to Ego video for 5 minutes. He gave you credit for the interview, and he didn't say nothing bad about you. Go watch. I only watched 5 minutes. Now he said that way before I put that on, because I seen like 2 other new super chats, but I didn't read what it said. So we were already in sync. Thanks again for that, Many Face Publishing. Salute as well. All right. So while I got 2 cents boxing up here, I got I hear feedback and somebody's somebody might need to mute their line. I got Brooklyn up here, 2 cents, D35, NHA 2, and I got Quick. Now, Shaheed, I don't think Mr. Greg, I think Mr. Greg.
I just wanted to finish with Shaheed. Another great fighter is that I favored too was Nonito Donaire. Love watching him fight. And as you know, he was one of the first to go on to the snack program. Looked spectacular because he got, and I'm sure that Miss Rachel could tell you, he got the very best out of his body because of how he was being conditioned. So I think you can be a great fighter and get more out of your body. It's not cheating. And Donaire took a lot of criticism. Like he's not in the forefront right now like Bud is, where he's catching a lot of it because Bud is sort of coming to this new generation of fighters, fight fans as well, who probably are looking and seeing more because there's more information to be able to get to very quickly. But I would say about Donaire, he got the very best out of his body. Whatever skills he had and has, he used them to the fullest. So when you say natural, you can have natural talent, but talent has to be shaped, it has to be honed, it has to be sharpened. And like I say, as you get older, you can't do it this way. We gotta show you do it another way. Your legs not like they used to be. What's going on here? Well, maybe we got to do something else to improve you. Sometimes you just get to a point where you're at level B or even at level A, but you want to get to level A plus or A double plus, or you want to be more than just an alpha male. You want to be an omega. So there are things that I think that athletes, particularly those who have to go into combat, need to also do with their natural talents to get better. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you need to cheat. Cheating is one thing. If you're cheating and it's found out you cheated, if I was to find out what Bud had cheated even in the slightest, I'd be the biggest fan that had the biggest disappointment and be the biggest angry fan I might fly to Omaha to have some words just because I've been out here, advocating for him. So that's all I wanted to say, that there
Got you.
is a second way to look at that. And that's all I got
Got
to
you.
say for that. Okay.
Got you. All right. So here's the thing. Since I got a full panel up here, I know Shaheed gave his thoughts, and I think Band Up did as well. The topic on the floor was, now yesterday we talked about fighter of the year, but I need to know, in your own opinions, here on the panel, what was the fight of the year? Now remember, in the title, I said Devin Haney versus Lomachenko, Plant versus David Benavidez, and Terrence Crawford versus Spence. You can choose one of those three, or you can come up with your own. As long as the fight took place in the year of 2023, this year, I will start with Brooklyn first. And let's be mindful that there's a lot of people on the panel, so try not to be as long-winded as possible. But you have to tell us the fight of the year in your opinion, and then tell us why it was the fight of the year. We'll start with you, Brooklyn.
Well, it's going to be an easy choice for me. It's definitely Bud versus Errol, for the simple fact that this fight was being cooked for years and stuff like that. You had the backstage footage and stuff like that, where a lot of what Bob Arum said after the fact, after that situation was, oh, he lost a lot of money on Bud, and for some reason Bud couldn't sell, which was all false. Bob also told Errol that day in front of him, with his entire team in front of him, your best bet is to stay away from Errol. But no Errol fans really want to really bring that fact up, that he said that night right in front of that man. So at the end of the day, when everything was said and done, it was never a matter to me. If you are a real Terrence Bud Crawford fan and you've been watching this guy, it was never a matter of he needed to bulk up and get bigger or anything like that, because he didn't look that big. He didn't look much bigger than when he fought David Avenesian. I mean, not David Avenesian. When he fought Jeff Horn. So with that being said, I always have to look at the fighter's talent. Who was he before then? Who was he after that? Before then, he was still a great fighter. Still TKOing dudes and still doing his thing. He was undefeated. He was fighter of the year. Prior to that, he was also lineal champion. Prior to that, he's now a 3-division lineal champion.
So why was this the fight of the year with him and Spence? What made this the fight of the year in your opinion?
I'm saying because of all what made this fight of the year, like I'm saying, is the tribalism that happened between the two fan bases. You couldn't be on one side, you couldn't be on both sides. It was more or less depending on what panel or chat you was in, you had to be one or the other. Otherwise, people would try to attack you. Some chats or whatever, they block you or whatever. But it was a clear tribalism that was happening. And at the end of the day, Bud's vindication happened that night. Now, whether or not people are whether or not altitude sickness was an issue or whatever, if the run happens 7 days before, you're going to get that altitude sickness pretty much that day because you're still at that altitude. I've watched so many documentaries on the climbing of Mount Everest, and that's where you see altitude sickness actually take lives because your brain will swell inside your head and other things like that. So I've seen it in documentaries where people have gotten altitude sickness and died 3 hours later. So it's something that's extremely serious. Now, whether or not altitude sickness did happen to him, you know what I'm saying, which is just speculation, then that's something that the medical or his team should have actually looked into it, because he would have been dizzy and a bunch of other physical effects that probably would have happened. Where I see Snack coming into it, I don't see where Snack gave him some sort of physical advantage. It just doesn't make sense to me.
We got to go down this road again, bro. I just want to know. Oh, God. How does the fight of the year, man? Why we got to keep?
I just told you, bro. What are you not listening?
Well, you keep bringing up Snack.
I didn't bring up Snack. I mean, I just said where people said this thing. I don't see that happening. I didn't cook on your video.
No, I ain't talking about the video. I'm just talking about Snack in general. I ain't caring about that. What I'm saying is, you said that Crawford didn't. I don't know why you bring it up, but okay, that's no problem. You said Crawford didn't. This was the fight of the year because everything that led up to it, which is fine, the trivialness, all that. But the part where I was a little confused at, and we don't have to like really cook on it, is because you said that Crawford didn't go over to the Snack because Errol Spence was bigger than him. You said Errol, right? That's what you said?
No, I said he didn't. I said I did not see, being a Terrence Crawford fan, where that program needed he needed to go over that program to get bigger, because he didn't look that much bigger than when he fought Jeff Horn.
Well, he was at 47 when he fought Jeff Horn, right?
Yes, sir. So if you look at his body, when he fought Jeff Horn, and you look at his body when he fought Errol, there's not that much of a difference to where you can look at that and make that sort of assessment.
I don't know why you say that, bro. You know that this panel is going to be lit up for you saying that, bro. You know on the night of the fight that Terrence Crawford looked way bigger than Errol Spence in that ring, bro. Why we gotta do this?
I didn't see that.
All right, you got it.
I didn't see that. And I didn't see that. But at the end of the day, that's where I'm gonna land it. My fight of the year goes to Bud Crawford, because he put a devilish beat down on it, and I was a fan that knew, based on looking at all the previous Errol Spence footage, that he doesn't chase the heavy bag, he doesn't do any sort of real reactionary work with any of the other bags, that this guy is going to be outclassed.
Okay, you got it. Who's next up there? Quick, Omaha, quick.
I promise you, I ain't gonna take that long.
Wow, that's fucking crazy. When homie up there, it took like an hour.
Yeah.
Chill, y'all. Let's keep it moving.
Y'all tripping, bro.
All right.
I'm weak.
I would say, but all the extra stuff behind, I can't say that. So I'm gonna go with and a lot of people are asleep on this fight. I say Chris Colbert and what is that?
Jose Valenzuela.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to make this quick.
The first fight or the second fight? It was
the
two
second
fights.
fight. The second fight.
All right.
And the reason I said, because I think he won the first fight, and he took out the judge's hands the second fight, and he knocked him out in the devastation fashion. And on top of that, it was an end of the year fight. I wouldn't want to go out no better than that with a knockout like that at the end of the year. So to put everybody on the blades for 2024, that's what we expect. So I'm gonna have to go with that fight.
Got you. Okay, that's a good one. Good. That was a good choice. But I think Chris Colbert was more hurt in this fight than he was the first fight.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. I think he did have heart though. He tried to fight back, but that got him knocked out, man. And hurt in the first round. But that was a good fight because they was getting it on. You know what I mean? Even after he got up after the first knockdown. So I can see that being fight of the year. That's a good candidate.
Win. He was still trying to win.
Yeah, I can see that being a good candidate. Who we got next? Band Up, you next, Ben? Oh, Band Up already went. Band Up went earlier. D35, fight of the year, man. Who you got?
What's going on? I say the fight of the year would be most anticipated would be Bud and Spence, but the most competitive fight, a person that had to overcome the most would probably be Usyk versus Joshua. I think what he had to overcome in that fight, going up against a bigger heavyweight and the level of competition played out in the ring, I think that might be the fight of the year. But most anticipated fight of the year would be Bud versus Crawford, dealing with all the antics and all the anticipation coming into that fight. It just wasn't. It just didn't translate in the ring. Being competitive. So like, I think Usyk probably got it for me. I do like the Chris Colbert, and I think Ryu was the Mexican guy that knocked out Chris Colbert. That was a good fight. But as far as competitive, I gotta say Usyk.
All right, who we got up there? Lucky McKinnels. What's up? Who the fight of the year in your eyes, man? Who fight of the year?
I went early. I told you I had Benavidez and Plant. You hear me?
Who you got, Marty?
He lost.
Who else we got up there? NHA Tube, right?
Yep.
All right,
Y'all
what
hear
we
me?
got? Fight of the year.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, fight of the year it's without a doubt, it's got to be the Bud versus Spence fight because first and foremost, you had arguably the top 3 pound for pound fighters going up against each other. Rarely do we ever get that in boxing, period. And let alone the build up to it. The press conference was lit. The pre-fight was lit. I mean, the post-fight was lit because we still talking about it. And let's not forget the performance that my guy put on. So I mean, anybody else picking at any other fight, to be fight of the year, I don't want to, just say you're hating, not to just say you're hating, but it's just gonna come off as that because, like I said, I reiterate, top 3 pound for pound fighters going up against each other, the build up and everything that came along with it. There's no comparison. It's that, and anything else is like a distance. I'm talking about distance second. That's all I gotta say. Keep it nice and short.
Hey, bro, when you got 2 fighters, if both of them not 100%.
Come on, bro. We're talking about the fight of the year.
But if one of them is not 100%, you gonna still say that's the fight of the year?
Yes. I'm gonna say that's the fight of the year.
Well, whose fault is it? Was it?
Because you don't know if he was actually 100% or not. We're going by opinion. It's your opinion.
No. Victor made that clear yesterday.
Is Victor Spence? No, he's not. Has Spence said he was not 100%? No.
You saying he wasn't 100% when he was walking out?
Bro. I could see what I could see is my opinion.
But here's the
visuals.
thing.
That's visuals. I can't. All right, bro. You got it.
Spence still won the first round, and everybody was still hyped when Spence won the first round. He still won the first round. So
he came out the third round.
I don't care nothing about the rounds. He didn't look the same to me in no round. And no round did he look the same.
All right. But he won the first round, though. So that don't matter.
You got that. You got it.
Because Bud ain't throw no punches. That don't mean nothing.
Okay.
First round don't never mean nothing. You know that. If you're a fight fan, you know first round don't never mean nothing.
I get it. You still hurt. I get it.
When have a fighter look the same after they got knocked down and got their equilibrium touched? Like most fighters don't look the same after they get knocked down and they enter with somebody that they know they don't have that advantage over.
Bro,
thank you, D35.
When he came up to the ring, he didn't look the same, bro. When he came up to the ring, he didn't look the same, bro. You can see it in his man's eyes.
I mean, only thing I
can't win with them,
honestly, Only thing I said, like, I'm a Bud fan, but when Earl was in the locker room, I say he looked it crazy in that locker room. But when he came out there,
Thank you, bro.
I,
Thank you
I'm
for being honest, bro.
but
So let
listen,
me ask
listen,
you this
listen.
question, Lucky.
So when he
In the
came out
seventh
into the
round of
ring,
that fight, did Errol Spence not get an amazing 3-piece off Bud? Bang, bang, bang. That sent him into the back. That sent him into the ropes.
We
And he didn't.
talking about Bud, somebody who's a slow starter. It means
But
nothing.
he dropped him in the second round. So what does a slow starter mean? He dropped. Um, uh,
Earl,
Ungando in the second round, if I pronounced his name right. He also dropped what's
He dropped
the English
he
Arab
dropped
dude?
Kell Brook in the
uh,
fourth.
Amir
Amir
Khan.
Khan.
Amir Khan. He dropped Amir Khan in the second or third. So slow starting. Y'all kind of lose me on that one.
Yeah, these dudes don't
Plus,
watch. They don't watch Bud fight. They just go on by pure emotions. They never.
bro,
I'm
before that
sincerely.
fight happened,
I
I
am
watched every
sincerely
Bud fight.
convinced y'all don't watch
Okay,
Bud
so if you
fights.
watch every Bud
Lucky.
fight, you
Seriously.
know he's not. He's far from a slow starter.
But also you got to think this. When Earl Spence got dropped, it wasn't because he was offered anything. When he went back to the corner, Derek James said you were too wide and off balance. It wasn't, and that's what if you watch Earl Spence fights, that's one of his flaws in his technique.
That's the
He
flaw in every Derek James fighter.
Yes, when he throw his lead jab,
They throw that
he's
power
off
to him,
balance.
and
He
it
has a
always
wide.
leaves them exposed and off balance.
Yes, he shoots the jab with a wide stance to try to push his opponent up against the rope so he can just throw combinations, and they usually shell up. Bud has great reflexes because of his eyes. He was able to see the shots coming with that wide stance, and he baited him in. If you watch the knockout, he shoot the jab to his body on Earl Spence, and Earl Spence tried to do the exact same thing, and he countered it with a 1-2 over top from the southpaw stance. You just got to pay attention to it. It wasn't really that Earl Spence was off. It was just like he exploited his flaws in his defense. I mean, in his offense.
When you tell a fighter, "I know you better than you know yourself," that's the dude that's gonna kick your ass.
Absolutely.
It's just that simple, bro. It's just that simple. And for us, for a Bud fan like myself that's watched a lot of his fights, I was like, listen, I see a demonic type beatdown. This is the type of thing that's going to be vindication for him. And at the end of the day, where other fans say, well, no one expected, I did. And I have no problem saying that. You know what I'm saying? That's why for me, this fight, there were some amazing fights that happened this year.
Hey, let me ask you.
If I didn't pick Bud, if Bud was off the table, then I probably would have picked either one of the Benavidez fights. I would have probably went with Inoue versus Fulton. Or Devin Haney versus Lomo. Like those are also excellent fights to me that are strong candidates for Fighter of the Year. Like one of these guys just said, Usyk versus AJ. That was also a hell of a fight. You feel what I'm saying? Because after the fight was over, at least the second one, all the drama that happened. So at the end of the day, there were tons and tons of fights that could have, if Bud versus Spence was off the table, then these other fights would get heavy debate from me, and be a be up there for me to say, all right, this is a good fight for Fighter of the Year. But since that fight is on the table, then hands down for me, performance-wise, money generated, everything that goes into it for a mega fight. This had all the elements, and it's what I wanted. Now, if my guy would have lost, it would have still been Fight of the Year.
Absolutely.
Well, look at what we're doing. All of us wanted to see was anticipating this Bud Spence fight. We argued about it before the fight even came, and we're still arguing about it, debating about it, talking about it, dissecting it down to its minutia. After the fight has been happened 5-6 months later.
Thank you, Mr. G.
We anticipated this fight. Nobody knew how it was going to. For sure, I would say how it was going to answer. Now we get some of us was right. I said Bud was going to beat Spence easily. Other people said different things. The point is, when we think about a big fight, this fight was the biggest fight that we could have had for 2023, and we all know it. The fact that we still going back and forth is testament why that is actually the biggest fight of the year, because we still talking about, and we probably, now that I see it, we'll be talking about it next year, leading up to the rematch. So we have to look at it from that. I look at it from that perspective. That's how big this fight is. That is so big, we still haven't let it go. We actually can say we are the biggest fight of the year,
Probably why
because
Big D,
how
'cause
all
people
of
was
us have been
coming
on
from
here
over there.
going back and
Damn, that
forth.
joint got 10K,
We've
baby.
had
We back, baby.
who?
We back.
Yeah.
Hold on, Mr. Greg. We back. Hold on.
Okay.
I got it. Hold on. We got to show my face. Hold on. You know, YouTube been playing with the numbers now for 2 months. We got 10K. That's all I'm saying. We got 10K on it. It ain't
Salute. Congratulations.
got 10K on it.
Salute,
Now that
I
was
don't
for
think
the
I ever seen
9-minute
nobody get
video.
that
Now,
many
why did
subs,
I
man, in
put
that
the
short
full
period of time.
interview out? That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Mr. Greg. The snack program works. That's
And
all
the
I'm
snack,
saying, Shaheed. That thing worked, baby. That
and
thing worked,
let
baby.
me add to it. The snack program do work. Okay, everybody know I take it now. But we should be also ran as fighters of the year, because we don't fought with each other at every level about this fight. It's no way in the world we've had this much passion, this much controversy, this much back and forth about a fight that we had about this fight with Spence Crawford. That's, to me, why it is fight of the year, because it's more than just the two fighters. It's how we've gone at each other all this time and still doing it right now. So that's my choice.
I really believe people didn't think a cornfred brother from Omaha, Nebraska was gonna do a Texas nigga like that, and that's exactly what happened. Everybody from Omaha knew exactly what was gonna happen. I had him; he wasn't gonna last 6 rounds.
Yo, bro, Omaha, I had it the same thing. I didn't think the fight was going past 6 rounds.
And I keep on explaining people.
And when it was almost,
I had him going 9.
and when it was almost stopped in the third,
I had him whooping on him, but I had him going in 9. And Greg, you do make a great point, because no other fight is talked about as much as this.
That's
All
all.
right, now I got to say something. Can somebody mute everybody? Somebody's got a lot of feedback in their thing. I have to say something, and all of the people that's up here now that said that Crawford was going to win, I respect your opinion on that. I'm not focused on that. But the part that's like making me like, come on, y'all, is because not because you thought he was going to win before, not that, or the part that you may believe that this was fight of the year. Not because of that. Everybody's entitled to your perspective. The thing that be baffling me about when the people say, oh man, this fight wasn't going to last no more than 6 rounds. Oh, I told y'all he was going to do this and that. Y'all gave your keys to victory. Some of you guys were up here on a panel before the fight and gave me your keys to victory. All right, he going to win because of this. This is what Terrence Crawford going to do, and this is what he's got to do to win. But none of you added the snack program in your keys to victory. So now you got to come back and say, you know, that has something to do with the man getting the win. You just got to come out and be honest. That's all I'm saying. Keep it real with the people, Brooklyn.
I keep it real. If he wouldn't have been on snack, Earl, okay, you got it. Earl would have lasted 2 more rounds.
He gave him a 2 under.
He lasted 2 more. You say he lasted just 2 more, huh?
This 2 more.
All right, I like that. I like that. Fair enough.
Hey Marty,
Hey, somebody, huh?
does the 10 million viewers now elevate you with YouTube a little bit where they'll stop messing with you?
Well, I hope so. I mean, the 10K, hopefully they do. But like I said, I don't know if they tweaked their our algorithm for the last 2 months, but they definitely been playing with my views. But I don't know because they always evolve in the algorithm. So let's say, for example, if everybody's talking about Terrence Crawford in the past, everybody's views go up, right? Whether you're saying something good about him or something negative, because his name was trending very, very heavy, like you said, Greg. Everybody was on different shows. Everybody was fighting each other for this fight. As far as fans, when I say fighting,
Yeah,
like
I
what
get
Greg was saying, So, but we shall see. But like I told everybody, and to the new viewers live right now, this ain't over. This just started. This interview I did with Victor, this is only the beginning. This is not the end because he came up here. He told me before he left that he's a new fan of the channel, and he told me as time permits, he will be back. And I'm
you. That's
almost
what
certain
you
that
want.
he will because there's answers that still need to be explained, and there's questions that need to be answered.
Thanks. Got
And
one more
I'm
thing
not
for
going to
you.
say, huh?
I wanted to say I was out last night. That's why I didn't come on, but I saw the replay. And I want to say you had the who's who of boxing podcast panelists on the show yesterday. Because I saw Mr. Saeed, I saw D35, I think I saw Band Up, I think I saw both of the details. I think Asante L was on. Um, I can't Doc. I think Darth was on. You just had the who's who of boxing panelists, and I said I wish I had been here because I was talking about some really great stuff, and it was just good to see it. You know what I mean? Good to see all these young, old, middle-aged brothers talking all about the same thing and giving their perspective. So I just wanted to give you a salute on that as well because they was on there strong because as you know, as the new fans will find out why all these people who I'm saying are the who's that was on this show yesterday, and some of them are here today, why they were on there. So I just wanted to make sure I said that to you in terms of giving you your props as well. And I'll say salute to Band Up, D35, and Darth, and I think I met Mr. Omaha once before, I believe. But salute to you as well and to Billy.
Salute to you, bro. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah barakatuh.
Did that come from Darth?
No, that came
Nah. I just got the bid.
Okay, no,
I'm
they came
Muslim.
from Brooklyn. Brooklyn, yes.
All right. Quick question for everybody, and then I'll let us back out because I want to make sure that, like I said, I'm going to send a full interview to all the members of the channel in a few minutes so that they can have an opportunity to watch it. I know it's getting late. It's Friday. We cool, but I want to ask everybody on the panel. I trust all of your opinions. I don't know if you all saw the full interview yet between me and Victor, but if you didn't, it's all good. Because after I send it to the members, like I said, at a later time, I want to put it all the way out there in the universe, and and the full interview is going to be out there. Quick question: after you all watch the full interview, it's a little lengthy, so if you can't do it in one sitting, that's fine. But you just got to make sure at least you watch it all the way to the end because it's a lot of information. Quick question, everybody on the panel: do you think that I should do a reaction video? In other words, is having a panel such as this, and we all explain our assessment and what we thought about the interview and what we got from the interview. What is our final assessment of what was said by Victor, what was said by me with the questions, and also for me to give my reaction of what my assessment was after I actually had to rewatch the whole video because I still had to give myself time to process everything. So what's your take on that? And I mean a whole segment. If it take 2 hours, so what? If it's just an hour, that's fine. If it's just half an hour, I know it's gonna be
Yes,
more than
yes,
an
and
hour.
yes.
But
You hear
all right,
me?
so Greg said yes.
Brooklyn. I say yes.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm a businessman in opportunity. I would chop that bird up into grams, let alone ounces. I would milk that interview to infinity. So it's a yes, 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 and another
Yes.
yes for me.
Okay. Band up.
Marty, let me ask
Oh,
you a question.
somebody.
Can I ask you a question,
Who's
Marty?
that? Who's that talking?
Omar,
Omaha.
quick.
Okay, Omaha, quick. Yeah.
When he
My
when he
my answer is yes. My answer is yes.
Okay,
when
band up. I heard you.
when he hopped on, did you know that interview was gonna go like that?
No,
Got to.
I
I had
didn't
no
either.
idea.
I didn't either. When he first
No,
when he
I had.
first hopped when he first hopped on, I kicked everybody out the room.
Listen, when I first saw that it was him in the background, I kicked everybody off the panel.
He
Oh,
sure
so
did.
that wasn't set up, Marty. That wasn't like you talked to Victor and he you knew he was coming on doing that interview. It was kind of like spur of the moment.
That was spur of the moment. What happened was we were just doing a live. The live had really, if you look at the title, it was basically talking about who's the fighter of the year, or something like that. I had no idea he was coming up at all. We was talking about something that ain't had nothing to do with him. And next thing you know, somebody said Victor Conte name. It was in the chat, and I'm like, is that really him? Because like I said before, somebody was doing comments on my videos in the past saying it was Victor Conte's name. So I always thought that it wasn't him. It was a troll just trying to mess with me, just using his name. But what happened was he did a message on Twitter, and he actually added me in the Twitter by saying, "Hey, that's really me commenting on your YouTube channel. That's really me, and you're not responding." So I'm like, "That's how I knew that's really him." Like he really watched the video. So that's how that
Oh,
came
okay.
about. And then he actually sent me an email, and that's where the dialogue came. And we only sent like maybe one or two emails back and forth. It wasn't a whole lot of dialogue, but I invited him to come up here. Now, initially he was reluctant to come up here for whatever reason. He was not willing to give me a response of coming up here. However, when Rachel Donier seen his name in the chat, to my understanding, she called him and implored him, "Yo, come up there. You in the chat? Come on up." Marty's a good guy. He's a professional. He's classy. He was more concerned about it being hostile. But like I told him, on the live before I even got him up here. I don't know who all was. I think Band Up was here, and who else was here?
I
I
was
think
here.
Band Up was the only. Shahid
No,
was
I was
here too.
there.
I think.
I was there.
Oh, y'all was here. So
Yeah.
before he got on, I told him straight up, man to man,
Yeah,
I
Greg
don't
was
do no
there.
goofy. Greg, okay, Greg was here too. I ain't gonna do no goofy stuff. I'm a professional in this business. You a professional. We gonna handle it classy like professional men, like I always do. And I'm gonna give you the respect, to come up, educate the people. I got some questions for you. And you in the chat already, you might, come on up. But I did not know that Rachel already had asked him to come on up here. You know what I mean? I had no idea until he came up here and he said it. But I'm just gonna leave y'all with this part because when I went back, now while I was in the moment and I was actually talking to him, I'm gonna keep it all the way 100. We all men on here. I'm gonna keep it all the way 100 with y'all. I wanted to make sure I get all my questions out that I have for you first before I think about all y'all questions. I'll keep it 100 because you know why? Let me tell you
I
why.
don't blame
No,
you. I
but
don't
listen.
blame you. I don't
But
blame you.
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because everybody on my channel, I think so how I am on YouTube, that's how I am in real life. When I say things like stand on it, especially as a man, that's how I really am in real life. So I felt like if I'm saying all this stuff about his program and this and that, and I got questions that I've been saying publicly when he wasn't here, I'm gonna stand on that. And when he get here, I'm gonna say the same thing that I said when he wasn't here. And that's the approach that I took to make sure, all right, I got some questions about these things. And then I started to think about, okay, what questions would just generally want to know the answers to? And that's where the other questions start, coming in at. However, when I went back and watched the whole thing, like after I let everything process between last night and today, I started to get a glimpse of a movie. And if you watch this movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I am talking about A Few Good Men. When I went back and watched it, I tried to make sure I was like outside and hearing how would somebody interpret my questions and how would somebody interpret his answers. And the epiphany I got was that I was in the movie A Few Good Men. And based on not just the answers that he gave, but the way that he things, Victor Conte gave me that feel that he was Jack Nicholson on the
Marty,
way
your
to
Boost
stand.
Mobile package is running out.
Y'all can't hear me?
Your Boost Mobile package is running out, Marty.
You got
Y'all,
to do it for a second.
y'all can't hear me?
Nah,
I
I
can hear you.
hear
We
you.
we hear
Hear you.
Band up, that's your phone, bro. I like messing with him. But listen, right? I was getting the epiphany that he was Jack Nicholson's character on the stand towards the end of that movie, and I was Tom Cruise's character, the attorney. That's the impression that I got when I look back on that and process. I'm looking at the questions that I'm asking, how he's responding, the way he's responding, the way that I'm setting up my questions, like the prosecutor I was. And oh yeah, it's a really good interview. I
He was
mean,
he was very comfortable too. He was very comfortable, like he'd been here before.
no, that was his first time here, and that was his first time using StreamYard, the
I,
app.
I know that he said that, but I'm talking about the way y'all was going, the way he was delivering his information, the way he was answering your questions. It seemed like he'd been here before.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he
He
never been
watched
here.
the show enough times though to understand that the questions that all of us have, whether we pro or con, are well thought out questions, and there was not very little wiggle room that he was going to have if he wasn't going to ask them in a satisfactory way. So when he came on, I think after Marty had let him know that it wasn't going to be hostile territory. We all weren't going to be jumping on him. He understood that he was going to be talking to Marty, but he had seen this show. I don't know how many times he'd seen the show, but he said he was a fan. So he's seen, just like we talking now, he's seen how we will talk with intelligence and have some real solid questions. So he was prepared for that. He was going to be talking to an intelligent man. So when you know you're going to be talking to a man, and game, as we like to say, game recognizes game. So one intelligent man recognizes another, and he has something that he's going to ask, and he has to have an answer to those questions. That's what made his comfort level so strong. So that's my interpretation anyway of why he was so comfortable, because he knew what he was coming into. He knew he wasn't coming into no fan club.
Right.
He was coming in here. You're going to have to stand up and explain as best you can for the time period whatever the time period was going to be. It turned out to be about 2 hours. Explain yourself.
But
Right.
also, could we say this? If you know what you're saying is truth and you stand behind the product, then there will be a level of confidence when you do talk to someone or answer the question because you believe in the product.
We can say that too. But you also know the person who's going to ask you is going to question you on that. Your confidence is going to be challenged. So your confidence is always backed by some real substance. So if you just pound in your chest,
some people confidence is backed by delusion. But again, the only reason why I brought that up is because I do consulting work for restaurants. Mm-hmm. I may write them a menu and give them a food course, and they're like, "Are you sure this is going to work?" And I start giving them my answers, and I talk with a certain level of confidence, not cockiness, because I have a proven track record. And I will always refer back to them. Well, if you have an issue, I can have you talk to this person, and this person, which are restaurant owners who are in the plus million a year within the first year of doing my program. And this is why I'm sure, or this is where my level of confidence comes from. I'm still humble in what I'm doing because as a chef, not everybody's going to like your food.
Mm-hmm.
But if 70% likes it, then you're going to make $1 million.
Doing.
He
So,
started off with as a defense mechanism when he came on there by saying that he didn't come. The reason why he came on here wasn't because he started off with a defense mechanism. Victor Conte. He started
Could it
off
be
by
true?
saying,
Could have been truth that he was doing on behalf of his good friend Rachel Donner. Or you just dismissing that fact?
I believe him.
"No, I'm
Oh,
not dismissing that fact. I'm just saying if
You completely
it was
did. You said
truth,
he was
if there was truth
defensive.
in that, why
So there's no
verbalize
truth in
that?
that. There was no truth in it.
If there was truth in it, why verbalize it?
So he was lying.
Was he telling the truth?
I mean, if you say he's not telling the truth, you say he was lying that he was not there on
So
behalf
why
of
speak
Rachel
on
Donner.
something that don't even need to be spoke on? Just come to the channel and speak about why you're there. Speak about why you there. Don't speak about the reason. Speak about why I'm here. I'm here because I respect you, Manager Marty. I'm here because I wanted to clear up some things. Don't say, "Oh, I'm not here because I'm guilty." He was basically almost like lightweight telling on himself when he came in there with a defense mechanism. If you
Brother.
come in with a defense mechanism, that means you are offended.
What was
Brother.
the defense mechanism statement that he said? 'Cause I didn't get to see the interview.
no, don't tell him. Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's why I want.
Okay, I
That's why I
got you.
want to go in. All right, let me tell you this. Let me say it this, and I can incorporate with all of y'all saying, right. So technically, I wasn't offended by him saying the only reason why he was here, or because like I said, the energy that I got in my correspondence with him, he didn't want to come up here. He did not want to come up here. I'm talking about physically come up here. So I didn't have a problem with him telling me the only reason why I'm here. And also I'm not here because somebody else is saying, you got your foot on my neck and different things. I ain't had no problem with him saying none of that. In fact, I'm open to whatever anybody say. I just make my adjustment accordingly. One of the things I have to say, because I think this is equally as important, because if you watch the interview, you will understand that there was more information being presented after questions were being asked. I don't know if people notice about me yet. If you don't, I have a whole 18 pieces of episodes called Nip It in the Bud, where I use all of the same tactics every time. One of the things that I think is important is having the ability to redirect someone back to the focus of the questions that's being asked. And I think that we'll see a lot of that when I'm asking questions. He does answer, he gives more information, but I always was redirecting him back to the lining of questions that was being asked. So that
right.
the audience wouldn't get lost in translation or be confused because there was a lot of different, you know, um, words that was being used that in language that was being used that most of us, probably don't understand. But the thing is, even when he tried to do the Puff Daddy Harlem Shake around the questions, I made sure that he did answer. And I'm using that term because people in this chat, I'm sure they were saying, hey, he didn't answer the questions or he dodged. And I saw a little couple of comments. So I just wanted to make sure that we always on the same page. But like I said, when y'all watch it, y'all will get more understanding. I will also conclude by saying this. That was my first time interacting with him, but I am almost certain, as much as I learned about him in that interview, he also learned some things about me too. I can assure you all of that. I have a good feeling that he might not have had an impression about me, but whatever impression that he did have, even if Rachel told him I was a good guy or whatever the case might be, he understands what kind of person that I am. I can assure, because like Greg always say, men, we recognize men. You know what I mean? We know the limitations and restrictions, and then we know some other. Oh, this guy's liberal. I can run over him. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I can't really get away with that. Oh, all right, I see what's going on. Yeah, So I'm about to get off because I got to drop this to the members. My phone hot. I got to drop this interview. And here's to this, because most of the members might not be on here, and I will post this. If you are a member of the channel, I'm only doing this. Remember now, Blue Corner ain't even supposed to get what I'm about to send, because it's not a part of the perk. But I'm gonna bless the Blue Corner tonight anyway. All I ask is that you don't share the video with anyone, because I want to make sure that everybody get it at the same time. Because there's content creators right now, they can't wait till I drop that 4 interview. Not just because of educational purposes, but hey, they want to make money and make reaction videos too. And I'm open for them to do that. I think that's a good thing, because that helps build the channel too now. Everybody can eat off of this thing. You know what I mean? It's all good. But I just want to make sure that everybody get an opportunity to kind of see it at the same time. So it won't be no, oh, I didn't see it, or what part you talk about. And so just if you're a member of the channel, when I send that to you tonight, just don't share it. It's just specifically for you, no one else. And that's my take on it.
Hey Marty,
Let me see who.
when you drop the
Yeah.
video, it's me, Gregory. When you drop the video, is there any way that you can put your logo where it can't be removed, where you can make it so if they want to try to use they still got to have roll the tape, Manager Marty, regardless of how they try to use it? Is there any way you can do that when you drop it?
Yes, that's a very good question. So the thing about it is, because it happened on live, you see that logo that's pinned to the top of your screen in the corner?
Yeah.
That logo is there because it's basically that's the logo, because it happened on StreamYard and it was alive. Also, YouTube gives us content creators the opportunity to include it as a watermark at the bottom of the screen. So, it's yeah. I don't. Here's the thing. I was going to throw my intro on there and all that. I did not want to throw the intro in there. I didn't even want to, because the intro 20 seconds. Man, I want as soon as y'all click that, I want y'all to go right into it. You know what I mean? So I can throw the intro on there and spice it up, but the logo is already on there. The logo will be on the thumbnail, of course. I'll make sure it's protected. But
Okay.
I think everybody's going to conduct themselves accordingly as content creators and professionals. Everybody gonna be all right.
We hope
Everybody
so.
be all right.
As they should.
Yeah.
Mr. Greg, Dark Low, what's up, man?
What's the word, my guy?
What's good? But
Yeah.
question, Marty, did you, as looking back on the interview, did you miss any questions, like going over, like, damn, I should have asked him this, or I forgot that this slipped my mind? Because it was just like,
yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. Did you order the cold red? Did you order the cold red? I thought about that, but I will tell you this, and I have to make this entertaining because I can't wait till y'all see it. I actually asked him, did you order the cold red? But I did not say those words. Remember the movie A Few Good Men, right?
Right. We know what you're talking about.
It was, he asked him that specific question, right? And there was a certain response that he got, correct? Well, in the interview, I asked him, did you order the cold red? And I got the reaction that I was looking for. And you have to know me personally to know which question was the did you order the cold red? But I'm not going to tell you. Y'all going to have to figure it all out when you go watch it. Because I'm going to ask y'all about it. I'm going to say, what question did I ask where you realize that was my cold red question? And because we're going to be talking about this now. I'm trying not to, but Mr. Greg, I'll save you for last. Omaha, quick, 30 seconds, man. What you got for us? Your last words, man.
Man, I don't need 30 seconds. Yesterday was legendary, and shout out to Victor for coming on, because he didn't have to do that, and I hope he come back, because we know we got more questions, and I learned a lot. You mute, Marty.
Oh,
Muted.
sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I said salute to you and thank you for coming up. And I look forward to seeing you quick when you come back up in another segment. And I'm going to make sure I advertise it properly as well. When you come back, so everybody know to come back up. This is the day we're going to do the reaction and see how you all feel. And like you said, there's things that you learn, and I'm interested in knowing what you actually learned as well. So I look forward to you coming back up as well. Who we got? D35. D35, 30 seconds. Last words is on you.
I just can't wait to watch the interview. I'm glad that you was blessed with the interview. He came on your channel. That's big up to your channel. Can't wait to look at it, get into it, dissect it, come back on the panel and just like work out. I like to get into stuff like this.
Awesome. Appreciate you. Come on, man. Shaheed, that's my guy right there. Shaheed, give me
Salute,
30 to my face. 30
salute,
seconds is on
salute.
you. Last words, brother.
Well, I don't need that long. Salute to your channel. What you did was legendary, like everybody else said. Salute to everybody on the panel. You know what I mean? I can't wait till you put the rest of the content out so we can have that panel. You know what I mean? So salute to you, and what you did was legendary, man. Quadruple salute. Salute to you as if I have 4 arms, bro.
Appreciate you. And I already know you coming back up. I ain't even got to worry about that. I already know Shaheed gonna come back up. And I
Yes, sir.
appreciate it. I know you're gonna express the things that you've learned. And I appreciate you coming on back up. NHA 30 seconds, man. What you got for us?
Yeah, great show as always, and I'm gonna reiterate once more. You got probably got the interview of the year when it comes to the YouTube boxing community, and as I said, as a business guy, I think you should do what's best for your channel, which would be is to chop that video up into 100 pieces and milk it for what it is. Like and I ain't mad at it, and I'll be here to just go at it with you, whoever's I feel needs to be handled, but I'll be here to support in one way or the other. Once again, salute, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm proud of you.
Yep. Appreciate you, man. And you actually did say that again after the interview. And I want to double salute you. Let me show you my face. Double salute you because you said it then and you repeated it. And I appreciate that, man. I definitely appreciate it. And I know you're going to come back up as well. And you're going to give your assessment. And as you always say, you got to land your plane, bro. You're gonna land the plane. Real quick, I got 2 super chats. Double salute to my guy, Big Money. Big Money says, "Did Ego put your link in his video description?" I wasn't sure at first, but I just received a text message from my cousin. He told me, and this was like 20 minutes ago. He told me that Boxing Ego did put the link to that piece of video in his description. I didn't go back to see it yet, but that's what my cousin told me. Because all I did was just press play and just scroll through to hear Victor's voice, and then when I heard his voice, I played it, and he did give me the shout out. So my cousin did say he did put the link in the description. So like I said before, and I'll say it again since that's super chats on the screen. Double salute again to Boxing Ego. You know what I mean? For even doing a reaction video, saying something about it, putting my name in the audio of this reaction and the link in his description. I don't know too much about Boxing Ego as far as like all his content, but I did see that he got 300 and something thousand subscribers. So I'm pretty sure he's been on here for years and he's probably got good content. I would assert that. So I appreciate the look. You know what I mean? 2 Cents Boxing, double salute to 2 Cents. She's bringing me back to other movies. I said A Few Good Men. Now she's giving me the movie Juice. The movie Juice. You know what I mean? 2 Cents Boxing says, "You got the juice now, Marty." And don't forget, that's what I think that was Samuel L. Jackson. He told Q. Remember? He told
Omar
what's my man?
Epps.
Omar Epps. He said, "You got the juice now." And you know what? I guess I'll end it on this note. I'll end it, Mr. Greg. Give us your 30 seconds, and then you close us out. I'll end my part on this note. Since 2 Cents Boxing say I got the juice now, I would rather have the juice, 2 Cents, than any of our fighters to have the juice. Then I'm gonna leave it like that. Mr. Greg, take us on home, buddy.
Hell nah.
That was really the ending right there.
Yeah.
But
You want me
listen,
to end it right there, Mr. Greg?
Yeah, I think that was the ending right there.
All right, say no more.
I'll
All right,
just
I'm
say
gonna end it right there once
and let me
again.
just say goodbye to everybody, though. Listen, brothers, y'all be safe. I always enjoy coming on the shows and speaking with y'all and debating. To the ladies and men in the chat, especially 2 Cent and Dahlia and all the others I might not remember, blessings to all of you. And Marty, you didn't just have the interview of the year, you closed out with the show of the year. So when we go into 2004, we're going to be talking about Rotor Tape Podcast and everybody else. That's all I need to say. I think he muted again.
Appreciate you, Mr. Greg.
Right.
And you might be right. I might have had the ending of the pod, what you say, the show of the year.
Yeah.
Show of the year with that. I accept that, man. I'll see all of y'all. I might come back on Monday. All right, I might come back Monday. We'll see. I'll let everybody know. But I appreciate y'all coming out. Everybody that supported the channel, all of you all on the panel. Man, it was just good, man. We always have fun on here. Appreciate it. Y'all know what I'm going to say. The same way I pulled up, that's the same way I got to pull out of this joint with the intro.
I got you, Saeed.
Yes, sir. Peace. Yes, sir. Peace, bro.
All right. I got the hottest intro on YouTube. Appreciate everybody coming out. And all the members of the channel, look forward to that interview. And please don't share it. Just look forward, see it, and it's cool. Shaheed, Mr. Greg, appreciate y'all. Much love and support. Got to go. Oh, I can't
Right,
hit
good
it
night,
like that.
fellas.
Don't take my word for it.
Roll the tape.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you.